Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC action. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined tonight by amazing co-star Berkeley Altcharge Stevens. Berkeley, how you doing tonight?
Nuke, I'm doing great. I'm ready for this Challengers Division game we've got for the Great Lakes region. It's going to be Cleveland State University taking on Carroll University. And this is actually the very first time we've seen Cleveland State this semester. They actually did not play in our first week of games, so it's really anyone's game. Not a huge scouting report on these teams, but Nuke, in this Challengers Division, what can we expect tonight?
Well, I'm telling you, tonight it's gonna be a actual slobber knocker with Carroll versus CSU, and we have action throughout the entire night tonight on Stream A. As you can see over on my left, we have Fisher College going up later against CVU versus Marywood Esports. So I'm very eager to see those two matches later as well. But this first match, as you said, we're in the Great Lakes Challenger Division. And so far, the record is very low because it's the beginning of the season. There's still so many things and matches to be had. But as we're going into this match, Carroll University does have the advantage. They are up 1-0 last week, 3-0ing the Bradley Braves.
And here we can take a look at our standings for this division, the Great Lakes Division for challengers. Carroll, like you said, 1-0. CSU comes in at 1-0. Purdue and Valpo also won their week one games. The Redbirds, one of their many academy teams, they have not played yet this week. They are currently ninth, but I bet that is bound to change as they're always a fantastic program. Not much to see here on the standings. All the games in week one that were played were sweet. I just want to harken back to something we have on the schedule. The game up after this, the Fisher versus Converse game coming up next for the Legends Division. That's going to be a fantastic game that you really don't want to miss. This Fisher College team, they got swept by Redbirds in week one, and they're looking to bounce back against CVU. Bullskunk and Chef Billy are going to be casting that, so make sure after this game, don't go anywhere. That's going to be fantastic collegiate Overwatch.
Oh yeah, I'm eager to see. I mean, Fisher College, brand new program, quote unquote. Lots of new former players from an unnamed program that went there this year, and they're starting out. Lots of great names on that list as well. I those amazing folks. But going into this first match, what are the lineups looking like on the side of Carroll University?
On the side of Carroll University at tank, the lone tank is going to be Grim Reaper. And then on DPS, we have Saucy and Adamant. Old school RuneScape reference for you. You need 30 defense to wield Adamant. Then supporting the team, we've got Little Duck and Expensive. She is going to be supporting alongside Little Duck. Nuke, it's our very first look at Cleveland State University, the Vikings. Who's going to be playing for them?
Oh, on the side of the Vikings, we have sophomore Winter, junior Super Sweet Tea, junior Land, freshman Sin, and sophomore Vanguard on the side of CSU. And I'm eager to see how this roster performs. They have quite a range of players on their teams, ranging from freshman all the way to senior. Kakarot, who is currently not on the main roster, will be their senior player, and they got a couple of freshmen, mainly Sin. I'm gonna be looking to see how those DPS perform tonight, as Overwatch 2, if those DPS can synchronize, it's gonna be a bad time for the tank and healers on the other side.
Yeah, Nuke, I do agree that I'm looking forward to see, especially what Sin can get up to, because in her notes it says she's a VTuber, so we got to see what the VTuber skill set is on DPS in the Challenger division. I'm looking forward to it. Just actually had a chat with our production manager Michael about what even is a VTuber, so
Yeah.
not everyone quite knows, but Sin is one. And I'm looking to see how they can hang at a collegiate esports level. Nuke, we do have the game coming up right in a second. I just dropped my notebook here. Let me just pick it back up and tell you what our map pool is looking like. We're going to be kicking things off on Ilios. Then we have three new maps back to back to back. Midtown for our hybrid, Circuit Royale for our escort slash payload, and then New Queen Street. Push if we get to see it. Like I said, all of our games in week one were 3-0 sweeps. We never got to see Push, the new game mode last week. And if we get to map 5, we're going back to control. It's going to be Nepal.
Yeah, I was a little sad about that last week as well, Berkeley. I wanted to see exactly what the action was going to I've experienced thus far.
Yeah, push is a lot of soft resets, and the new game mode is pretty fast-paced. Pro players don't seem to like it, but let's all be honest, it replaced 2 CP, so what's not to love there? A lot of soft resets. The meta right now sits at like Zarya Diva for the tanks. You could see some Winston. You might see some Reinhardt. Challengers division is a little more wide open than the top of the top, like Champions division or Legends division. DPS, Sombra's very strong, Genji's very strong, Sojourn is very strong. I expect to see all 3 of those heroes tonight, as well as Lucio. Maybe not switched off of Lucio's just really good at all levels of play right now. So let's get into the map. We've got Ilios up first. And let's see, Cleveland State, it's our first look at them this season of the NECC. Carroll University trying to keep their streak alive after winning their week 1 game.
Yeah, and SIU, it like last installed, yes, SIUE. It was rescheduled, but as we saw in the graphic, they did win 3-0. So that means going into this map, it's a pretty even playing field. Which is not what we were, the information we were given a little bit earlier. But getting in onto the point, it looks like CSU is going to get there a little bit faster. Land getting in and holding down the fort first. It's Carroll Pioneers wrapping around the point, trying to find a pick.
Yeah, CSU going bridge side here, but they're flanked by the Carroll Pioneers. Saucy gets in there before getting picked off by Sim. Did find an elimination, make this one a 4 versus 4. Right now, Winter is antied and slept. Really have to make sure you are able to keep your Zarya alive, as Winter is the primary focus of fire for these Carroll Pioneers. But here we have Grim Reaper just peeling back for the squad, getting that elimination onto land. That should open up an opportunity here for Carroll to get the point back. But CSU, they got an early cap, they made something out of nothing, and they're rewarded with 12%.
Man, Sombra is so powerful in Overwatch 2 and just a dominant character. Those hacks, I've seen a couple of leaked images of her possibly getting nerfed because those hacks are fast. They're
Yeah, the hacks are coming in so fast. I mean, it's on a 4-second cooldown. You can chain them against a hack target. I believe they're going to be doing away with that, but here, as we do see CSU come back in for their second push, Winter gets the opening elimination there onto Saucy. Land trying to charge up that rifle and get a railgun shot off. Slept in the meantime by Expensive, who is eliminated there by Winter. The Zarya seems to be able to steamroll onto this point against the Diva composition. Primary targets have been Grim Reaper and Saucy. We'll see if that keeps up, and if Carroll Pioneers are able to actually get this point back. Lijiang Gardens, notoriously one of the hardest objectives in Overwatch to take back.
Oh, absolutely. Once you hold up on point, it's pretty easy to keep it. As well as it's, I'm surprised we're not seeing any Junkrats on this point. It's often, I see that often played, at least in the week or 2 we've had of Overwatch 2.
Ultimate's coming online here. Expensive is going to have that nano boost ready to rip, but currently the Carroll Pioneers damage dealers are dead, as well as Little Duck. It's going to be a quick reset here. Carroll kind of attacked that objective in split fashion. Not everyone went the same way, and CSU, they've got a Genji and a Sojourn. That is very precise damage that can pick off those lingering targets.
Yeah, they're going to want to save the Sombra ult for when the Genji and Sojourn go in, but that is a massive anti-grenade, taking out a majority of CSU, followed up by a massive EMP. They're going to capitalize on that and likely take point. Just a really well-coordinated play from the Carroll Pioneers.
That is how you do it. Saucy did pop the blade, and Expensive also popped the nano boost. I would say, going back in a VOD review, those 2 ultimates were not needed, just because Expensive, she landed the biggest anti-nade you're going to see, and Adamant was right there with the EMP over the top of that play. Of course, it doesn't help or hurt that you use those ultimates in a fight that you won, but it would look a lot better for Carroll if they held on to that Dragon Blade and Nano coming up here.
Yeah. Oh, and we're going to see a massive Zarya.
Graviton Surge coming in, as we do have Sin with the Dragon Blade, unable to find any eliminations there, but it looks like just with the Rock Hit, Saucy is able to win the duel against the ulting Sin. Carroll hang on for now, 82% and upticking. CSU have to hurry back with their support ultimates and make something happen.
Certainly hope they can. We're going to see the self-destruct come online. It is going to take out land in the process, which will be a really good stagger for Carroll, as they only have 6 more seconds to hold on this first point.
They're going to have a sound barrier to come in with, and Super Sweet Tea is also going to have a nano boost to put onto someone, but now Sin is removed by Adam and Winter. They're able to get a good elimination onto Saucy. Rolling in now with the sound barrier to keep them supported are the Vikes. They need another elimination to really solidify this fight, but currently Winter hacked in the primary focus of fire. It still looks like CSU is going to come out on top in this fight. They'll have to hold the objective though for 33 more seconds, and the Pioneers will have some ultimates to work with for that next fight.
Yeah, really, they should be taking some economic fights here, right? Carroll doesn't necessarily need to take the point quite yet. They just need to get a lot of damage out, build up these ultimates, and then go in together as a cohesive unit. So, you know, playing around this point, finding the angles for Saucy to get in and Green Reaper to do a little bit of damage, wait for the nano to come up, get a nano blade with the EMP, and that'll likely be point.
Could just be another massive anti-nade from Expensive as well. Adamant has to make sure they don't actually get removed from this fight. Going in now for the EMP, pops it, but it looked like the wall might have actually been in the way there. No one on the side of the Vikes was actually affected by that EMP. There we do see Land, who was hacked. Ends up being taken down there by Saucy, who now has to pop the Dragon Blade in desperation to take this point back and win round number 1. Able to eliminate 2 here as the overtime wick is starting to burn. The Pioneers have self-destruct and nano still in their back pocket if they need to burn them, but it looks like they should have this round number 1 all but locked up.
Ooh, and that was a fantastic correction and adaptive play from Saucy, recognizing that the EMP did not hit its mark, popping the Dragon Blade and getting the kills necessary for Carroll to come on top. Just a beautiful first point from the Carroll Pioneers.
And I love when a game opens up in an overtime round of control, 100-99. Carroll squeak by and take that round with some nice late ultimates, but the Vikes, it's their very first game in the NECC, and it already looks like they can hang with this level of competition. I do love how the NECC has so many divisions, and it doesn't matter what the skill level of your collegiate program is. Likely, you've got a division where you can just make a home at. You can come in week number 1 and not be blown away by the competition. You might get swept, but it's still going to be a somewhat close game.
Yeah, it'll feel like it's something you can go back and VOD review, right? It feels like there was, if there were mistakes, it will feel like the mistakes weren't, you know, we just got outplayed mechanically. Oh, speaking of outplayed, that May wall is going to be huge for Carroll going onto this point. It was a great wall from Saucy, who's now switched off of the Genji onto the Ice Lady herself, May.
Yeah, that wall really charged up a lot of the Earth Shatter here for Grim Reaper, who right now is playing with about half HP. Gotta be careful not to die here. Plays the backside of that pillar well, but Sin ends up finding the ELM there. And with the tank down, there's really nothing to claim the space for the CSU. Vikes Land rolls into the fight with a headshot Hellfire shotgun kill onto Adamant, and CSU take the objective first.
Yeah, just a complete flip of the script from CSU. It felt like Carroll was too aggressive to a point and allowed for Land to get in the back line. So we're seeing Adamant as well switch off onto the Reaper.
That was a very good wall there, just to split off Winter from the fight, and then everyone on the Pioneers rolls into the right side of the objective to feel him onto Land. Now they can roll in a 5 versus 4, but a big slam comes through from Winter to try and salvage this one. Grim Reaper, though, answers with a bigger Earth Shatter that finds 2 kills of his own.
Yeah, that's a great counter shatter we saw from Grim Reaper, a veteran on this roster, one who's been with the roster for a few years now, as we've casted this player before.
Yeah, Grim Reaper, always a stable main tank, and since this is Overwatch 2, the new 5 versus 5 game, I was wondering what tanks that would be returning would actually get the starting spot. Everyone was used to a tank duo, and we actually do get to see Grim Reaper is the pick to lead things off here. That EMP does find 5. Adamant, though, gets the kill onto Sin there. They do roll in with this Ant Matrix to try and salvage this fight as they move back in. Immortality Fueled and Sweet Tea both taken down. Grim Reaper holding strong in the front line, a one-man army right now for the Carroll Pioneers.
Yeah, that was just a solid wraparound rotation from Carroll, utilizing that back room and repositioning off of this Baptiste ultimate so that they could get that position necessary. CSU now stuck on the back foot as Carroll is keeping them at bay, but that is going to be a blocked shatter from Winter. No, not today, Reaper.
We'll see if they can come back here. CSU has just the Death Blossom to try and flip this point back. It might be a time for an economy fight, but you pop that Blossom, you do likely get out the sound barrier from Little Duck. We'll see what the play is here as they start to roll in. Winter coming up with that Earth Shatter as well. Charge that second one awfully fast. Land knocked awfully low here. Has to pop that Blossom just to get some self-healing off. And it finds the kill onto Saucy as well, taking down Adamant. Winter rolls in with the slam, and CSU Vikes sweep the point away.
Yeah, it was a great take back from the CSU Vikes. Really, everyone contributed to that point push. It wasn't just one player or another, but they did have to utilize a lot of ultimates to... Winter had to utilize the Earth Shatter. That's going to be Adamant coming in with the Death Blossom, trying to get a kill, but the rest of the team is going to back up. That's going to be another blocked Shatter. I think that's the second or third time we've seen this so far this set, Berkeley.
Yeah, Winter's coming to play here on Reinhardt, really making a name for themselves early. Already 81% to that next Shatter. Carroll Pioneers popping the Blizzard here to freeze up the Vikes, but they haven't found an Elam yet. Vanguard on point with this play, the speed boost to escape Adamant's Death Blossom, and then saving the sound barrier to just withstand that Blizzard. Honestly, Vanguard, a quiet sleeper pick that is silently stealing this round for CSU.
This land is your land. Seems like the Vikes are going to take that land. Now up 90%. They just have to hold here, and they're still on, and they'll take it to a third point.
Good rotation here to set up the Ant Matrix on the high ground now, coming in with the Dragon Blade and the Shatter. A good hold on to those ultimates from CSU to counter this last rotation from the Pioneers as their HP turns to dust. This one is knotted up. We'll be headed to Night Market to settle the score here for round number 3.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to make it back in time. That will be CSU taking the point. What I'm loving about Overwatch 2 is all the different compositions that you're able to run within each of the different maps, right? Like you said, going into this set, we're going to see a lot of Zarya Diva. However, all of that map was a double Reinhardt. They ran a double Death Ball composition, and it seemed to work well for both sides, as that was a very competitive point.
Yeah, that's a very close quarters map that has some good natural cover to play off of as a Reinhardt. This one's similar. I wouldn't be shocked to see a Rein here. We do see Winter switching over to the Zarya, Grim Reaper also going off the Reinhardt over to the Junker Queen. I gotta give the edge to the Vikes here. Just with the way Vanguard is playing, your Lucio brings so much to a Death Ball composition that Vanguard is really upping their team's play. I think CSU escaped map 1 with the victory.
Maybe. That may be true. I feel like CSU hasn't given enough of diversity on their tank line to really show that, though. And like we're seeing right now, this Symmetra may be a problem for the Vikes.
Oh, and it can be a problem on Night Market, too. That is one thing I definitely counted out. Adamant wins. Carroll Pioneers the race to the point, and Sim can really lock it down. Look how fast that secondary fire comes out, too. That is a very sneaky amount of damage that orb can do.
Good lord, as well, that pull that we might see from Grim Reaper's Junker Queen. Followed up by the Symmetra and May, now on the pulled person, and we got a new style of pulled pork.
A new style, indeed.
New style.
CSU kind of changed their style, too, after that first fight. Winter over to the Wrecking Ball, Land over to the Sojourn, and Sin rocking the far. Gonna play up in the skies here, but Little Duck getting the boop elimination onto Winter. Unfortunate there for the Vikes. They're not going to be able to take this fight for another 15 seconds.
Yeah, this is a tough cookie to crack at this point. That May Symmetra is going to cause issues, especially with the Lucio getting them in and out. The Baptiste being able to drop Immortality Field, even if they get onto the point, they're going to have a lot to work against.
Yeah, I think CSU right now in this composition has some vulnerable targets, mainly Land. Not going to be very well supported there as they are removed from the fight in main by Grim Reaper, though. We do have Sin coming in from the window with the barrage. Oh, a great May wall gets thrown up, and Sin goes down. Still, though, it looks like the Vikes may have this fight as Winter comes up rolling through a pair of eliminations. And just like that, the Vikes, they get the flip despite dropping Land early.
That's surprising. I am surprised that they needed all 5 to counter what Carroll was throwing out, but Carroll making some switches on their own as Saucy's going to switch over to the Cole Cassidy.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see that fight going the way of the Vikes, but I'm glad to see it did. Lil Duck comes in with an early E limit in this fight. Expensive also already knocked awfully low, and CSU Vikes handily knocking out 3 members. They're going to have a tough time taking this point back. Now, they've got a few ultimates to work with in the coming fight. Carroll Pioneers, though, they're going to be sitting on both of their support ultimates. That is so valuable to just pick and choose what you want to counter. Is it going to be Land's overclocked, the minefield thrown out by Winter? They've got answers to the weapons that the Vikes have right now.
And we are going to see the field. Bossy little pick here, no pun intended. Land now trying to push into point. That is going to be an anti-healed Winter who's going to fall. And it looks like Carroll might be able to take this point back. Or hold this point, that is.
Yep, they've still got a couple ultimates they're sitting on, and this was a much cleaner round for Carroll than I thought would happen based on round 2. CSU, they kind of changed up a lot of things on their composition. They didn't play the strengths that they built on map number 2 or point number 2. And I think just experimenting with the Wrecking Ball here, having Land on the Sojourn and breaking up their composition kind of hurt them a lot. This round was not all that close, and CSU looked like a much better team on round 2 with that Brawl comp.
Absolutely. CSU stuck a bit on the back foot on that last point and had to spend a lot of time addressing how they were going to get in and who the target was. And I think that's exactly what Carroll was pushing for, trying to pioneer holding the point. Land, I'm going to take the play of the game for the first map.
Nice little Blossom into the rush here to steal back the second objective. We do actually see Junker Queen used a lot in those Brawl compositions. I think that Carroll really just kind of adapted their Brawl. They knew that CSU got the better of them on round 2 with Brawl. Carroll made an adaptation to that comp where it was a pretty close round. And then, honestly, Cleveland State came back into that round and just changed things up far too much. I would like to see them continue to play more compact compositions where we can see them work together as a unit. Winter looked so good defending the team and doing damage on Reinhardt. I would like to see them play more of that style of hero because it does seem like a strength of theirs.
Yeah, they're playing well around the Reinhardt. If they continue... I think you lost me. If they continue to run more of a composition that benefits that Reinhardt, I think they might edge out Carroll in this set.
Yeah, they've got a chance. We haven't seen a game that wasn't a sweep yet in this Challengers division. We're going to be headed back into map 2 after this short break. Stick around, chat. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, Alt Charge and I are a little bit of divas. We need water breaks.
Yeah, water is
water.
what it was.
Yeah, water's. But yeah, we're back in the action.
We are. Midtown, map number 2 on deck. A new map. We'll see how these teams play it. I'm sure they've played it a ton in scrims or on ranked, or maybe quick play. Nuke, something we haven't seen at all yet is Kiriko. It's her first week of viability. We'll see if she ends up making her way to the stage this week or not. But it's been a lot of Lucio. It's been a lot of Ana. We'll see if that changes up here on Midtown as the map shakes up. But let's honestly just get right into it. Carroll University taking away map number 1. They're on a 1-game win streak after winning their week 1 matchup against the Bradley Braves. They swept that game. They're looking to continue their threat of sweeping here. It's up to the Vikes to respond and bounce back. This isn't Midtown.
5, 4, 3,
It's Pariso.
1. Attackers incoming.
I thought Midtown was the week 2 map. I like this map more. Let's run it. Carroll Pioneers right now set up low with a Winston who jumps in. Grim Reaper going right over the top. Saucy does get antied there by Sweet Tea. We'll see if the Vikes are able to continue to hold this high ground as the second jump from Grim Reaper comes in, but it comes up empty. Saucy, though, able to dash and hit the Shuriken headshot onto Vanguard, felling them. It's going to be up to the Vikes to get a nice little soft reset and try and stabilize this down a support. I love it. Adamant on the Sombra here. Saucy on the Genji. Good cleanup DPS damage dealers to try and find those elims on high ground. Very point to traverse. Right. It's a pretty even looking game. The defense were able to fight off that for the first minute. Carroll Pioneers came up empty. No ultimates for it. Sweet Tea almost on line now. As Sin gets dove in the backline, makes it out with a sliver of health, falling to 30 HP, but able to stay alive with good support play from Vanguard and Sweet Tea. Still sitting on that nano boost as Land hangs back on the far side high ground of this point. Saucy finds the Elam there onto Sweet Tea. They're not going to be able to use that nano boost here. Land comes in on a flank. Sin dashes through two before being felled by Grim Reaper, who jumps over to point now, trying to find the Elam onto the Baby Diva, and able to. Winter goes down, and now Vanguard, the last one to fall for the Vikes, as Carroll. A little bit scrappy there for the first 2 minutes, but they're able to get the job done and take away the first objective here on Pariso. Dragon Blade coming in, nanoed up here, slicing down Adam, but Saucy responds, getting the Elam there onto Sin. Land and Sweet Tea falling as well. A nice effort in contesting the self-destruct thrown up by Expense with the final two eliminated, despite that first objective of Carroll Pioneers. Now they're able to get this payload rolling, and Grim Reaper steps way up in the map, trying to make as much space early in this push as possible as the payload makes its way out of the garage doors. It's honestly only being moved by one person right now, but that's all Carroll needs. They take so much of the map away, they get a reset here, and without using any resources, they've already made it 41 meters down the streets. Dragon Blade coming out from Saucy, gets slept there by Sweet Tea, trying to negate the play, but Saucy gets woken up in a bad mood, able to dice down Sweet Tea and DMEC Winter as well. The payload continues to push here for the Pioneers as they're halfway through the favela stage here on Pariso. They're going to be working with the Primal Rage and a Nano Boost of their own. The Vikes on the other side will only have Land's Overclock. Chat, if you were wondering, I'm solo casting for the time being as Nuke works out his freezing issue. Grim Reaper dives in deep, gets the Nano Boost slapped on, and Adamant comes in to try and support, but Grim Reaper doesn't need much, just elbowing down Sweet Tea, still making so much space. The Winston working wonders for the Carroll Pioneers. Land zapped back to spawn, and now it's a 5 versus 3. It looks like the second point is all but secured, but a sound barrier coming through from Vanguard, trying to stall out this capture as long as possible. It will be too little too late though for that ultimate, and now the Vikes will have to recover here on the third objective of the map. 4 minutes thrown up on the time bank for the Pioneers. We'll see, that should be more than enough for them to complete the map, but Pariso, one of the more difficult final objectives to take in Overwatch 2. Land still sitting on that overclock. We'll see if they opt to pop it this fight, as the Winston is currently slept. That would have been a nice opportunity to do it without a tank in the way. Now, Grim Reaper woken back up and right back into the fight. Expensive there. Damage dealing from the support slot, getting that Elam onto Sin. And the Kitsune Rush comes through, and what an ultimate that is. Just jetting the Pioneers through the map to find 3 eliminations, but now Land with a clutch overclock, able to find 2 Elams and hope to stabilize here. Still has to take down Grim Reaper, and they're able to, but not before Grim Reaper is able to zap Super Sweet Tea. We'll see. Currently, the Vikes holding on to third point for now. The objective not progressing from its current spot. Currently, both supports on the side of the Pioneers trapped behind this pillar as Winter jumps in, is antied, throws down the bubble, not able to stay alive though as Saucy comes in to peel and support. Sin here with the Dragon Blade, able to take care of the Ana on the side of the Pioneers, but they respond with the Elam onto the support Vanguard on the side of the Vikes. Now it's Saucy's turn to rip the Dragon Blade loose, and they're able to dice up Land. The Pioneers continue to push this payload. They've got about 35 meters left until its final destination, and 2 minutes 40 seconds to get that job done. Awfully difficult spawns for the CSU Vikes to work out of. They do all opt to go on this close side to the objective. Winter gets hacked, but is able to make their way onto the point. Their armor chunked down and almost eliminated. Super Sweet Tea and also Vanguard going down. Now the Vikes have to get this done with no supports left in the fight, and Saucy takes down the tank. There's only one member left standing, and that is Sin, already burning the recall. And with just 5 meters to go, the Carroll Pioneers make pretty quick work of Pariso there, finishing the map with 2 minutes 8 seconds up on the clock.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
Winter calling for a pause there. Cleveland State. They lost map 1. It was pretty close though on control on Lijiang Tower. Here, not so much. They had a couple good fights, but mainly point 2 for Carroll University. They were just able to speed run through that favela phase with great tanking from Grim Reaper. We've seen you in chat too. We hear you calling for Expensive and Grim Reaper to be the MVPs of this map. Currently, they're playing like it right now for the Pioneers. We'll see how they set up their defense. Do they continue to go with the Ana Winston, or do they change up their composition? Round number 1, they weren't the team that made costly mistakes changing their composition too much, so I expect them to stay on the Winston, on the Ana, and leave it up to the CSU Vikes to respond with an answer of their own.
Let's hope that's what they decide to do, Berkeley.
Nuke!
Hello!
I missed
Sorry,
you.
I'm a bit of a diva. I needed more water.
Water.
Yeah.
That's what it was?
I needed more water. Absolutely. I had to go get some more water. And don't worry, I've found the water. I've drinking from the well, and I am well on my way. What have we missed in the action?
We missed Carroll Pioneers. Well, I didn't miss it. You missed Carroll Pioneers putting on a clinic of how to play Pariso properly. They ran a Winston dive composition, and Grim Reaper was not afraid to go big. They took all 3 objectives with over 2 minutes up on the clock, so that means if CSU Vikes want a chance in overtime, they need to capture the 3rd point with a little bit of time on the clock. They can't do it in overtime.
That's absolutely surprising, Berkeley, especially given how close the maps were earlier. A 3-0 with 2 minutes left. That is a fast-moving payload. Carroll really put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, they really did, and I'm looking to see them get a pretty similar stop here on defense. The only switch they're making is putting Adamant onto the pocketed, likely by Little Duck here. Grim Reaper actually going over to the Diva, so they do change up their very strong, very winning composition. We'll see if it pays off.
I certainly hope so. They are moving forward with a pretty safe composition, I would say. Moira has a lot of benefit. However, if Grim Reaper is able to get those defensive matrices online, Super Sweet Tea will have a hard time getting those healing orbs where they need to be.
Very early on in this round, Adamant already making the most of this Ash pick, hitting the headshot there onto Land, and Land already swapping over to the Sojourn as the Ash on the side of the Pioneers puts down their 2nd member of the Vikes, getting that headshot onto Vanguard. Right now, the Vikes are stumbling to get into this point.
Absolutely. They're struggling. In a game like Overwatch 2, if someone gets staggered, that's going to be a huge detriment to the entire team, as you have to wait to regroup, and the mobility is a little bit slower to get back. Versus in Overwatch 1, you had 5. You know, you could go in and just wait for your stagger to come. This has a lot more impact, the variable to each character.
Would you see the Vikes actually get knocked to the low ground there? Winter's able to swoop in and get the elimination on to Little Duck. It's a 4 versus 4 now as Saucy cuts up Vanguard. Just like that, though, the Pioneers lose another support and Expensive, and this one is just a slugfest trading back and forth. We should see a contest here from the Pioneers coming in late as the first tick is taken by the Vikes. Looks like they might be able to get the second as well, but the Pioneers, they're almost back from spawn. Little Duck is back in the action, has the res off of cooldown, and it looks like the Pioneers have stabilized for now.
That is a massive Robert from Adamant throwing on point. That Bob is going to take out 2 and sway it back in the favor of the Carroll Pioneers on this defense. It's going to be Saucy now looking for a stagger pick on Super Sweet Tea. Going to find it. Unfortunately, now CSU going to have to take a couple of extra seconds. It's like a 8-second cooldown to respawn. They're going to have to wait for that time, bite it, get everyone back on the same page. And already Berkeley, with 2 minutes left on the clock, they are under the time that Carroll used to complete the entire map.
Yeah, if they're able to get these objectives, it'll add some time back for them, but they haven't done themselves any favors. Half of their round is already gone. Half of their round to capture this first point anyway. As they come back in for their 3rd fight of the game, Sin goes in deep, trying to find a pulse bomb onto Adamant, but Saucy able to peel and dash through the Tracer on the side of the Vikes. Finding the first elimination of this fight, the Sojourn Land able to make it out with some low HP. How is Land still alive? Sweet Teeth doing a great job in the back lines of the Vikes, able to keep up the Sojourn. Now Land has the overclock ready. but only 10 HP, can't quite peek this angle, wants to find the Elim onto Expensive, but not quite able to. Able to gun down Saucy though. Pulse Bomb comes in, great stick onto Expensive there. Sin, the VTuber playmaker, comes in with the Pulse Bomb stick, now trying to just attack these high grounds and gun down Little Duck. With a little help of Sweet Tea and Winter, they're able to do just that.
That was a fantastic play from Sin. She got the angle she was looking for, and that's going to open up the door for CSU to get back into this game and hopefully push this payload onto the next point. Now, it is a trek to get there, so this is quite a large push. They're going to have to stay grouped, and they have 3 ultimates to expend versus Carroll's 2. 2 of them are support ultimates, and if they're able to make this work right, they should be able to space out this Dragon Blade and Bob, ensuring that Carroll will not put them down.
And with the Carroll Pioneers running a Mercy and an Ana, I'd like to see them save Sweet Tea's Nano Boost actually for Sin's Dragon Blade. Not a lot to counter the Dragon Blade here if they're able to do that, but here we do see Saucy popping the blade of their own, not able to get sharpened up by a Nano Boost and gunned down by Sweet Tea with great positioning from the high ground there. On the left side off angle of this fight, able to provide a ton of value right now to the Vikes, but Eva Bomb coming over the top. Winter unable to find any elims with that. Now challenged on the high ground by Grim Reaper, who falls down low to the objective to try and peel back for the rest of the team. Adamant's Bob and Rifle able to find 2 elims here, and that's going to have the defense stabilized for now.
I'm a bit confused by Winter's self-destruct. I'm unsure if that was an offensive play or it was I've gotten my health completely diminished. It's time to remech and get back in this fight. Either way, it unfortunately was not the right play, as Carroll was able to capitalize on the D.Va being out of the fight and picking everyone part by part. Now looking to get back in this fight, Grim Reaper will be the one with the self-destruct online. They find them out of position. Spell trouble for the Vikes.
Sin almost coming online with that Dragon Blade as well, and it looks like Sweet Tea did save the Nano Boost for it. Winter knocked out a mech and knocked back to spawn. Grim Reaper getting the kill there, swooping through with the dive. Little Duck, though, able to res back up Saucy, and now we've actually got a 5 versus 4 here. Tankless right now are the Vikings, still trying to set up this Dragon Blade, but Sin goes down, antied by Expensive, and dashed through by Saucy, and now we're going to have to see a reset with just 1 minute left for the Vikes to take point 2.
Yeah, that was phenomenal synergy from Saucy and Adamant, picking apart both the targets on CSU to keep them on the back foot. CSU does have Dragon Blade, as you said. Super Sweet does have the Nano Boost, so the slice and dice may be what determines what's for dinner tonight, victory or defeat for the CSU Vikes.
Oh, Sweet Tea actually popped the Nano Boost, but it didn't end up finding the target. We do have Little Duck here getting the Resurrect. Land is able to find 2 eliminations with just 1 cooldown ability. And look at Little Duck go. Gets the res, gets the elim, trying to find more blood in the water. Winter sent to spawn. And sometimes it just takes a little bit of a mercy going Glock crazy to get you through a point.
Little Duck, a little goofy goober out here. Finding some picks, finding some kills where necessary. That Mercy, not afraid to get down and get dirty. Throw out those guns and those punches as necessary. Carroll Pioneers showing their versatility. Sin going in with the Dragon Strike. Unfortunately, going to get anti-nated. Not going to stop them, however. Finding 3, Saucy returning and retaliating with the Dragon Strike of their own. Finding 3 as well. That will make this fight a 3v3 moving forward as they're both on payload and overtime is underway.
The Cyber Ninjas there cutting up the map like crazy, but in the end it was Saucy with the bigger play. And that solidifies the map 2 victory for Carroll. They're now on match point in this best of 5 series, currently leading this series 2-0.
That was a very saucy play from Saucy, the star Genji player over on the side of CSU. This has been a match so far, Berkeley. While it has been in favor of Carroll, I'm seeing a lot of back and forth action. And the janitor's outside the door either way. I'm calling it once again, Berkeley. There is no 3-1s in Overwatch. There is no, 2-3s in Overwatch. It's simply 3-0 or 2-3. It's a sweep or a reverse sweep moving forward. I'm feeling it. I feel like Carroll can take this 1-3-0. But if CSU gets back into the game, this very quickly could start swaying in their favor.
We'll see if the Vikes get back in it for map number 3 or if Carroll comes away with the week 2 win. We're going to be taking a short break again. Chat, don't go anywhere. Stick around for map number 3. All right, and we're back. We're going to have map 3 just in a second. It's going to be Route 66 is what we're going to head into. Nuke, after that game, Carroll University won Paraiso very convincingly with a 3-1 scoreline, putting up 2 minutes in the time bank if they ever needed to enter an overtime. CSU right now, they looked so strong on Lijiang Tower Control Center. What's gone wrong for them since then?
I think it's come to comfortability in picks. They seemed really comfortable on that Reinhardt. However, once they started switching to Diva, and then I think we saw Junker Queen as well, it wasn't working out as beneficial for them as what they were expecting. The DPS are not able to get the picks they're looking for, and their tank is getting absolutely shredded, unfortunately. So I think it's going to come down to synergy within the DPS and the healers, and maybe they play more of a death ball style composition where they're able to peel for each other, because that Genji Saucy on the side of Carroll University is picking them apart.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure this one entirely comes down to just mistakes on the side of CSU. Really, I only think the mistakes they made were coming on the third point of Lijiang Tower, where they just changed up too much. On Paraiso, however, it kind of looked like it was just the Pioneers playing like the Pioneers do. Saucy came alive, expensive, was doing great on the Ana. She was really carrying her weight. Those nano boosts were on point. She was even eliminating many members of CSU. Anytime your support gets involved in dealing damage, it's a huge plus side for your team. Just min-maxing the value that an Ana or a Baptiste can bring you is huge, especially at this level when not all supports do it. We do have teams on the same sides. Carroll Pioneers will be attacking here on Route 66. The Vikes defending first. Pioneers right now in spawn, nothing is final, but they've got Kiriko. It would be the first time we've seen Kiriko in the NECC so far. We'll see if they actually come out of the doors on that pick.
That's a great point. This is the first time we are seeing Kiriko in competitive play. Brand new hero to Overwatch, does a little bit of damage, a lot of bit of damage, a lot of bit of healing, and that ultimate is great for engagements, setting down an area where you're getting a lot of buffs, namely the attack speed buff. It's going to be huge with this composition, as they have decided to run a Genji and a Sombra, and that Sombra is going to do a lot of damage. Anti-heal going off on top of Big Earls to kick off the map.
Totally forgot they definitely played Kiriko last map. I made a call on a Katsuni Rush that was used. That was the first time we saw her, and it worked, so they go back to it. Right now, under a little bit of pressure though, Carroll Pioneers, they've dropped one here so far to land. Able to railgun down one, hit the headshot on the Grim Reaper for that second elim, and doesn't seem to be done there. Land trying to go all the way into spawn and try and knock out Expensive on the Zenyatta. With little help from Winter, Zenyatta is sent packing.
Yeah, Winter on this Diva is just naturally going to mitigate anything Reaper tries to do in the backline. Those shotguns are going to hurt Reaper, or sorry, Grim Reaper, that is. Not Reaper the character, Grim Reaper the player on this Winston. That'll hurt significantly. Unable to jump in right now as well, because that is going to be an anti-grenade waiting for it to get cleansed. Now jumping in on top of Big Earls, looking for a pick. Adamant falling a bit low. Expensive as well, that's going to be Sin. Taking out Expensive with a solid play.
So far, Expensive has looked a little diveable here on the Zenyatta, despite being able to defend themselves quite well on Ana the last 2 rounds. We might see things changed up here for the Pioneers, or this could just be an experimental round where they try the new hero, try some different compositions, maybe that they've scrimmed earlier in the week. They've got not too much to lose in this current map. They'll have 2 more chances to continue to solidify the victory if it doesn't end up going their way.
That's reasonable, right? And they have gotten a bit of this cart pushed around as CSU has decided to stay on top of Big Earls. That's going to be a huge EMP paired with a self-destruct. Sin popping the Dragon Blade, trying to take out Adamant, and that's going to be a hack followed up.
Land also popped the overclock. We got a self-destruct as well, but while we sort out whatever just happened there, let's talk a little bit about Route 66, Nuke. You're a director for SAU. Very good Overwatch team they've got going on there, so good job. How do you attack Route 66, or how do you defend Route 66? How important is the high ground of Big Earls? Tell me a little bit about that map, Nuke.
Well, differs from Overwatch 1 to 2. In Overwatch 1, we were a big fan of having very early pressure, getting on top of the spawn point and defending as close up as possible, and then holding that for as long as you can, allowing them to wipe you, and then respawning, coming back, and actually using big Earls as a flank, because by the time they're going to have the payload pushed, it's going to be on the other side of big Earls, and you're going to have a lot of high ground to be able to get on top of them. In Overwatch 2, with there being a little bit more mobility utilizing your tanks, it's hard to say, right? I think with the game being so new and the meta still developing, you could go with that strategy, but it seems like Carroll Pioneers CSU has decided to opt to stay on top of big girls, allow them to push in, and that's just a safer play overall. It doesn't allow for staggers, right? Because if you do what I said in the first scenario and you try to hold at spawn doors, you could get staggered very easily. And if you get staggered, then that's going to kind of blow the plan out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You definitely have to attack big Earls, but there is so much to be said for just pushing the payload along under it. You don't really have to attack it right away because it is so strong to defend. Just to update chat here, turns out that EMP that we saw in our final frame of Route 66 turned out the lights for our observer. So we're trying to get them back into the lobby and get this map more visible to you than it is.
Maybe they're getting water.
I think they're getting water.
I think they're getting water as well. I think
if everyone just stayed hydrated, we'd have way less production issues.
Facts. We need an Aquafina sponsor. We need an Ice Mountain sponsor. We need maybe not Dasani, anything but Dasani, but
Liquid IV.
Liquid IV, exactly. If you
use code NECC for 20% off your first order. Just kidding. We're back into Route 66. Overtime ticking down. We're back in the nick of time. Sin has actually gone down, and it looks like in the nick of time, the Pioneers were able to take point one in overtime. They did change up just one thing in their composition. Grim Reaper off the Winston onto the Diva.
Yeah, I think that's an overall better change, especially for what CSU is throwing at them. You're going to be able to take a lot of that damage off from Sin and Land. You just throw up that Matrix, and it counters the other Diva. You see her go in, you're able to counter dive. That's exactly what we're seeing, the self-destruct coming out from Grim Reaper. Not going to find anyone, but will allow, never mind, spoke too soon. Winter not allowing the remake.
Coming back in here, Asasi's able to get that Elam onto Sweet Tea. The payload continues to progress here, almost to the catwalk phase of Route 66. Very strong to defend right here. You've got some high grounds to play that you can fall back on. We'll see how the Vikes opt to defend this one. Right now, they look relatively stable, but a Kitsune Rush popped by Little Duck comes out, and now it's the Pioneers, guns a-blazing. Little Duck able to kunai down Sin, but popping the overclock. Here is Land coming in from the high ground. Hasn't found an Elim yet, but the Pioneers very low on HP. Grim Reaper getting knocked out of the mech there. The Pioneers are going to be left without their tank to finish off this point. Grim Reaper will have to charge up that recall as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, Little Duck making do with out needing the tank, however, as the Carroll Pioneers are regrouping, and they may be able to make it in time. I imagine Sin will not allow that to happen. Coming out the doors, Dragon Blade is popped. The dash comes through. Looking at that Ana, not quite finding it. Turning the shift over to Adamant, taking it out, and that payload is so close. 1.63 meters left. They want this, and they need this.
Saucy does all in his power right there to just keep this one moving for the Pioneers, and the Dragon Blade gets it done with a little help there from Expensive supporting the entire team. The final meter of point number 2 has been taken. 2 minutes thrown up on the clock to finish Route 66. The Vikes right now have no ultimates. Vanguard will have a sound barrier shortly, but the Pioneers might have a good chance of keeping this one rolling. Adamant nearly at that EMP, and Expensive sitting on a Coalescence.
That Coalescence from Expensive, I'm eager to see, because Expensive has been exceptional with positioning thus far in this series, being the star healer for the Pioneers. The synergy with Little Duck has been nothing short of phenomenal, and if this Coalescence is able to both heal and hurt, this could be the map for Carroll winning 3-0 in fashion. Obviously,
1
we'd have to
minute.
see the Vikes go still, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
I do. They've gotten the first 2 elims in this fight. Vanguard doing a good job still sitting on that sound barrier. Does end up getting sent back to spawn, but played reserved there just to keep that ultimate. We'll see them come out of spawn with one final chance at winning a fight here and stopping the Pioneers in their tracks. It's going to be very difficult as they're at their wits' end here. The payload almost at the finish line, and they stop it just a meter short. The EMP popped there by Adam, and Grim Reaper comes in with the rockets to take down Sweet Tea, and no one for the Vikes left standing on the objective. And with 49 seconds left, the Pioneers are able to finish Route 66.
And with the sound barrier just popped, it was just a bit too late for the Vikes. They needed that sound barrier desperately a bit beforehand. Had they regrouped, speed boosted out, and popped that sound barrier in ample time, they might have been able to turn the tides of that defense. However, now it will be the Vikes on the offense as the Carroll Pioneers sets up for their defense. What do you think, Berkeley? Do you think they're going to try to hold at the choke atop of Big Earls, or are they going to go down in the train wreck and try to hold it spawn?
Well, I think the Vikes so far have been a pretty strong team on a brawl composition. So, honestly, if you just create some distance between your team and their team, you should come out on top. Land over to the Reaper here, Sin on the Genji, and Winter on the Diva. They're on these heroes so they can close space and do a ton of damage. I think that's how they're looking to attack the Pioneers, although we've only seen Rush be a strength of the Vikes so far, so I've got to give a hard edge to the Pioneers to end up winning here on Route 66. They're also off Kiriko and onto a composition that they're very familiar with.
Yeah, very familiar indeed. Little Duck back onto the Lucio. And you made a good point. CSU has been exceptional in these death ball compositions, but the question remains, Berkeley, will they run that? Is that going to be their choice? I don't think so. I think they're going to continue running this comp, having Land, maybe flex over, but maybe stay on the Reaper. Winter on this Diva. Sin staying on the Genji. Super Sweet Tea on the Ana. I mean, it's what they've been running the past 3 maps. Unfortunately, it's not worked out in their favor, but I think this is where their comfort lies.
We will see, we will see. As Coach gunned away is Winter trying to get up onto the high ground of Big Earls, but Adamant says, "Shoo, fly, don't bother me." Saucy in the meantime cuts up Land with a dash, gets the reset. Not able to get back to safety though as Winter collapses onto the Genji there, confirming that elimination. Vanguard here from the high ground, closing the distance quickly onto Grim Reaper, who is swarmed and engulfed by members of the Vikes. It looks like they're going to be moving this payload to the end of the first point pretty quickly here, Nuke, but the question now is, can they finish off the rest of the map?
I believe so. I think they might be able to make it all the way to the end. Because I mean, you got to think of it this way, Berkeley, right? If they make it past these first 2 points, they're going to be in death ball territory. They'll be able to run that Reinhardt that they won the first, or almost narrowly won the first point with. That may spell their first map win in this series. It's going to be Winter up top though, mitigating and pushing the Carroll Pioneers back so they can't make it in time. It's exactly how you have to play around this Diva. Well, maybe not getting picked like that, but picking targets apart, right? One by one, selecting a dive, going in. That is going to be a nano boost onto the enemy Diva. Grim Reaper on the side of Carroll University.
Grim Reaper here with the nano boost, getting a ton done. That is a point-saving nano boost we've seen from Expensive as she continues to be a huge difference maker for the Pioneers. We were talking about the Vikes maybe being able to finish the map, but the Pioneers are able to collect themselves out of spawn, make the most of their cooldowns and ultimates, and actually come back with a stop here. Now the Vikes have under 2 minutes to play to take objective number 1.
It's going to be tough to take it, though. They do have 2 minutes. They were able to get a really great initial push, but Bob is online from Adamant. We got Grim Reaper's self-destruct. We're going to see Winter's self-destruct first. Now Bob's going to come out almost immediately. Sin getting in front, though, getting the reflect out, getting a lot of damage back onto Bob.
Still, though, it looks like that Bob doing a ton of work out there, and Adamant not moving from the high ground, getting an elimination with a headshot as well. Final minute 20 seconds here for the Vikes to get their act together. They'll have an overclock from Land and a couple support ultimates to work with. On the side of the Pioneers, a self-destruct and a sound barrier. Saucy will have a Dragon Blade online shortly. He's been great with those so far this game. I'm looking at Saucy to continue to pop off with that sword.
I think that's what Saucy's going to do. That's what Saucy's done all series. see the power-up going in, ultimate coming out, and 9-night time for land. Oh, waking up land. Now we're going to see the self-destruct popped on point. That is a phenomenal sound barrier coming out on the side of Vanguard, ensuring the team can stay alive for this onslaught, but we're going to see more of an onslaught. Saucy. It seems like Saucy just constantly has this Dragon Blade in the back pocket waiting, and that's going to be a stagger onto Winter. CSU Vikes have one more push in their back pocket. As you said earlier, Berkeley, will they do it? Will this be it?
Ultimates are looking pretty close. Winter might be able to farm up another self-destruct. Sin might be able to get a Dragon Blade. Grim Reaper doing some main tank work right now to try and keep some distance between the Vikes and the payload. They roll in right now, but they're down there. Genji Adamant lands another clutch headshot. And with just 1 second left, they're able to make it to the point, but they need to peel for Sweet Tea. They're not able to. Grim Reaper finds that kill. On the verge of victory right now are the Pioneers, and it looks like they've got it all but locked up. They've got a perfect 6-0 map differential so far this season as they take their Week 2 game against the CSU Vikes.
That's a zoinks from me, Berkeley. That is wild. And the play of the game goes to... drumroll, Saucy. I could have expected this. Saucy just had this blade constantly this series. And we'll see if the blade is even popped out here. It looks like this play of the game doesn't even include the Dragon Blade for the Genji, something that you don't often see.
No, you don't, especially not right now in Overwatch. Nuke, if you had to give an MVP in this game, who would you give it to?
Based on the dive and counter dive we were seeing from Carroll and CSU, when you're running a dive composition, it is imperative that you're able to take out the backline faster than your backline is getting taken out. And I think for that reason, my player of the match has to go to Expensive. Expensive was not only able to peel for themselves the entire series, she was able to keep the rest of the team alive for Carroll, and it shut down any dive that CSU was trying to throw their way. So I think for that reason, Expensive's my player of the match.
Yeah, she was my player of the match as well. Played lights out on a play tonight. And my honorable mention would have been Saucy. Everyone, though, right now is calling Genji an overpowered hero in Overwatch 2. No one is calling Ana overpowered by any means. So for Expensive to come out and she played so well, definitely deserving of the player of the match in this one. Congrats to the Carroll Pioneers taking their Week 2 win. And CSU, I mean, it was our first look at them in the NECC. They hung around on Lijiang Tower, but the wheels kind of fell off in map number 2 and number 3. Nuke, game 2 coming up. It's going to be a banger. Polskunk and Chef Billy are going to be casting it. It's Fisher versus Converse in the Legends division. Let's just make our picks right now. I got Fisher. Who do you have?
I have Fisher as well. I think Converse has a solid roster, but Fisher is a new beast altogether with some old tricks they have in their back pocket. So I think they're going to be the ones to take the series if I had to give a bet anywhere.
Yeah, Fisher's actually 0-1 right now. Converse is 1-0. They beat Bryant Stratton 3-1. The only game that wasn't a sweep. Fisher, they lost 3-0 to Redbirds, but that's Redbirds. I still think they might have the upper hand in this game. They're my favorite to win, yours as well. Chef Billy and Bullskunk are going to be on that game. Nuke and I will be hopping back on the mics for the 9 p.m. game, but chat, we'll see you in a little bit. Stick around for match number 2 of the night.
What's up, friends? We are back here for our second match of the day in NECC Week 2. My name is Jeff. I've got Billy over here beside me, and we have one heck of a matchup coming at you right now.
Billy, your mic is not working in VMix.
Yep, it's going to be Fisher College taking on the Valkyries out of Converse, as apparently Billy is dealing with a mic issue. Can you just pantomime your color casting for us? Like, can you... where on the screen from bottom to top would you place Fisher in top 20? Like, can I get a hand signal? All right, not bad, not bad. Now, Converse on the other side, the Valkyries, where would you put them in relative positioning? You heard it here first? You saw it here first, friends. This is going to be a pretty even matchup. But no, for real, these are two of your top 20 colleges in the country. Fisher College, this whole roster, including coaching staff, managers, the whole shebang, all came over from Bay State. So if you remember the dominance that was Bay State College through the 21 to 22 semester, they're top tier. They're rated number 4 in the country from a grassroots kind of independent college ranking system, and for good reason. And that is across all of collegiate Overwatch. Fisher College ranking number 4 right now. Converse, they're on that top 20 list. So, I mean, they're ranked 12, I believe, on that list, and have definitely been a force to be reckoned with over the past year. And there's a lot to talk about with both of these squads. Converse has a whole host of synergy. A lot of these players go way back to a team we saw in Open Division last year called Best Buds, where we saw Hammer and Garchomp and Orion all playing. Speaking of Orion is the newest member of this Converse Valkyries squad, coming in to replace Maxwell Dementio, forgive me, in the main support role. So the newest member of this Converse squad, and yet still has ties, still has synergies with the rest of the team. And and speaking with our coaches, this is one of the most unique factors about this squad, that they have this just incredible chemistry. They've been friends forever. They hang out outside of Overwatch together. And this chemistry is quite unique and allows them to kind of play as a hive mind and really trust each other in the battlefield. Other side of the fence. Let's take a look at Fisher College. Fisher College, this is a very experienced squad. You've got the tank line up with Avani's going to be leading it today. You've got Faded on the bench, depending on how they want to swap things out. These players have been competing since 2019. Though they're just now freshmen in college, they have been a part of the Path to Pro scene for quite a long while. Forgotten and Keba will be your starters in the DPS role. Also, extremely experienced. Forgotten is one to watch out for. Forgotten is an incredible hit scan player. I anticipate he's going to be picking up the Sojourn today. This is a name that will be on your lips, friends. Forgotten is a beast and could very easily take over any game that they are a part of. And the synergy between them and Keba is very, very good. The entirety of this squad have been together since June of 2021. So there's no short of chemistry for the squad. I think Chimera, who is the DPS player on the bench, is the latest one to join, who joined at the very beginning of January of 2022. Other than that, the entirety of the squad have been playing together for well over a year, going on a year and a half now. And even competed, we saw them play under a team called Melanation in the Path to Pro scene. There was at least 4 of the players off of this squad were part of the Melanation squad, also known as Boston's Finest prior to that. So they like sticking together. They have a lot of experience playing together. This Fisher squad is going to be beastly.
Yep, I absolutely think this is going to be a fantastic matchup for them. You know what? It's all going to come down to what they end up playing. We're looking more at metapicks coming out from the side of Fisher, but Converse, on the other hand, might have something a little different up their sleeve. I'm looking for a Hammer. We have known Hammer now for the past 3 years. We cast him back in the HSCL days while Hammer was still... It's close enough to 3. Shh, don't go with... I'm trying to build a story here. But still, I mean, we've seen this player go from main tank extraordinaire now to over to the DPS role. Has not missed a beat in that respect. Quicks is going to be who I'm looking for in the tank role department. They say that they're flexing around. We're going to see them a lot in the tank department. And Orion, it might be somebody to look out for as far as, pop-off potential. It just depends on how they're going to be able to manage getting around the meta picks of Fisher. I think Converse do have a chance to take at least a map. I'm considering that this could probably go the distance, but it just depends on what kind of synergy we got coming out the gate, because they're still being hamstrung with visa issues coming in here for Converse. They're kind of off rolling in certain respects, so there might be opportunities for them to come out and surprise everybody. But Fisher, they are the tried and true right now, and they have a lot to show up here. Here is taking a look at our legend standing right now. Redbird Esports are sitting up on top with the 2-0 record. Converse is right below them here in 1-0. They only dropped one map of their week 1 win, or their week 1 match. Multiple games might be happening during the week, and there's the rest of the standings as they go right now, Jeff. So as we're looking at it, I mean, this is going to be, kind of positioning yourselves for a late season run in our 9-week schedule.
Yeah, and don't let this 0-1 from Fisher College fool you. Their week 1 opponent was Redbird. Redbird is number 1 in the collegiate rankings. They have been atop of all the tournaments that we have seen since Overwatch 2's release. They are a prominent and dominant force in the Overwatch 2 Path to Pro scene, both collegiate and in contenders. And that was Fisher College's first opponent. So you may look at me, man, they're in 9th place with an 0-3. They got 3-0'd. Why is Bullskunk talking so hype about this team? Trust me, they're going to be amazing. They just happen to go up against the absolute toughest opponent in the entire NECC in week 1.
Yeah, and I mean, we are good friends with Flutie, having covered them quite a bit through our career here in the collegiate scene. I actually had a chance to go up to Illinois State University and have a chat with Captain Kirk there and Wheats and get to meet the team. I got to meet Hydron too. No small flex there on my part, but they actually have a new facility as well. We'll get to talking about that a little bit later on when we cover their academy team, but I think this is going to be a match of 2 different play styles. There might be a off-meta rolling coming through here from Converse. They might be able to, kind of change up the score right now, because, right now it's so Zarya dependent right now. That is what we're looking at for these 2 squads right now, is who is going to come out, be able to establish themselves as a front runner here in our NECC Legends division.
And I think it's worth noting that this is on the live patch, so Kiriko is available to our players to use. Also, the new DPS passive is in effect as well, to where you stack attack speed and reload speed as you get kills as a DPS. Also meaning that across any role, if you change heroes, you will keep up to 30% ult charge, depending on how those points transfer. But let's, we need to talk about maps. We'll talk about. I had a point I wanted to make on Converse. That's something I guess we'll make as the game goes on. We need to talk about where we're going to be seeing our battles take place here today. This is a fixed map pool here for this series. We'll be starting off on Lijiang Tower. We have the new hybrid map of Paraíso. For map number 2, Junker Queen for Escort. Oh, and we might even get to see Esperanza, the newest push map. But you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, let's talk about Gardens.
I mean, I'm so stoked to talk about this. Let's take a look and see what Converse does come out with. They're showing us right now they told me they were going to probably off-roll, but they're bringing out the Zarya comp right now.
Our names up top are switched.
Nicks are switched, so yes, we do see the Orisa comp coming out. We're looking at Orion and on the Moira, so lots of burst healing able to come out from them. It's all about taking space and getting in there quick.
Yeah, and it looks like Fisher College are on this point first with this Zarya composition. And Converse are just trying to work around. You see Hammer on this Tracer, trying to pepper down Neb, who has pulled out the Kiriko, uses that, oh my goodness, I just forgot the name of is that the Suzu? I trade for these, and then in the heat of the moment, I forget the name of her cooldown. But Hammer's going to get beat down as Apps comes back for some wonderful peel. Lavani's going to go ahead and push across, and it's Fisher College with first control and a clean fight win.
Yep, and I mean, look at Abs already, 45% towards that first sound barrier, so there's going to be a lot of sustain coming up in here for this next fight. What I'm looking at, Cabe looking to focus down Orion and still Kiwi in the back line with that pulse bomb upcoming. Hammer with a nice shot, though.
Oh, that is a clutch headshot coming out of Hammer to try to open this up. And now Quicks is trying to take advantage of the move in, using all of the cooldowns to get that Orisa in close, but Garchomp's going to fall along the way. Looks like Converse are trying to just push into the backline and just muscle the way onto the point so they can make best use of these main walls and Quicks on this Orisa. And then Fisher College trying to come in and steal this point back is going to prove much more difficult. Taking the point, a more difficult task for the Orisa than holding it. And with such, Converse have grabbed the point control. Oh, that is a nasty rail shot right between the eyes. Oh, Quicks now has a whole board through their skull. And Fisher College have stormed back in and have reclaimed the point for themselves.
Oh, that is a nice teleport out there coming from Orion. They do have the Kitsune charge ready to go, so, I mean, they're going to have abilities on cooldown, so they might be able to push back in and retake this point.
Yeah, we got that. That Blizzard is definitely a good point. Clearing ultimate to come in and it covers the whole space. We do have Abs really close to the sound barrier. Oh, and it's going to be an early Kitsune rush coming out of Fisher College. Yeah, that is a lot of speed and damage. Ooh, Quick's able to push Forgotten off the edge. Almost got another one with the Javelin. Protection Suzu and now a sound barrier coming out from Fisher College as they're just wanting to stay in the thick of this fight. They are not backing down in the slightest. So Vani and everybody turning their attention right onto Quicks, who's going to go ahead and use their ultimate, and it gets good use out of it. Oh my goodness. That is one of the best uses of Terra Surge I've seen in a while.
Oh, Donkey Horse mains unite. I am a proud Orisa main, and let me tell you what, that was a fantastic use of the ult there. It clears the point, gets them the point as well, and now building up towards the overclock for Garchomp. This might actually be a very defensible point for them. Looking for some kind of ult support ultimates coming up from either side. Orion and Neb neck and neck.
Yeah, it's pretty neutral here otherwise. Garchomp getting the first kill on entry. Using all the railgun shots that they can as the overclock expires. Trying to protect Quicks. Quicks is low and the Maywall's a little bit off. Avani smells some blood in the water and is trying to pressure it down. Kiba had to back up for a little bit of heals, but is now getting back in this fight. Quicks quickly being healed up, but it's not enough. Abs is able to jump on top of it, find the kill onto the main tank, and the rest fall like dominoes.
Abs absolutely cleaning up in that fight, using the speed boost to get on top of Converse and flip the point there. Magnificent little push there from them. Overclock is available, as well as the Kitsune rush from Neb, so this should be very defensible. We're closing in on 99%.
Yeah, there's a lot of weapons for Fisher College to hold on to this point. And it's going to be the Kitsune rush to start things off. Along with a blade as well as an overclock as well. 3 ults thrown in at once, 2 DPS ultimates to take advantage of all the boosts. The Blizzard almost zoned them out, but it's just not enough. Forgotten's able to dance out of the way of the snow and still lay down the headshots. Avani's going to clean up what's left, and Fisher College are going to take round 1.
Woo, but it was a lot closer than what even I was expecting. I think that if they win in the neutral in that beginning fight, this would be probably a 99-99 fight. However, they just were not counting on Forgotten being so deadly with that railgun. So that's going to have to be a focus for Converse moving into Night Market, is how are they going to contain this hit scan specialist in Forgotten? Because Forgotten absolutely just lit up the kill feed. I was really impressed with the Mei Orisa, though. I think that a little better placement of walls out of Hammer might be the key for them moving forward here in Night Market. So, especially with the close confined quarters of the point here on Night Market, you might be able to cordon off the entirety of a team, or at least the supports, from being able to heal the tanks.
And no real changes, so we're going to see Hammer on that Mei once again coming into Night Market. And Quicks is going to try to grab some quick positioning, but the rest of the team isn't able to close the gap. So Quicks is forced to back up as the Sojourns trade out. 4v4, much better wall out of Hammer, and Avani could be in trouble. Avani's going to fall. This is a great early advantage, particularly with Hammer landing that icicle onto Neb's dome. And it's going to be Converse cleaning up and grabbing first control this time around.
I love the Javelin spin because it gives you that speed increase, and it lets you get on the point and lets you also aggress onto an opponent so quickly. So partner that in with the speed boost of Still Kiwi, and you're looking at a very lethal combination.
And Converse are getting aggressive with that combination, trying to run in, but there's Forgotten, making their name known once again as they're going to find opening blood here in round number 2. Quicks falls shortly thereafter, and it's just clean up from there. Fisher College now in control, only allowing 19%. It was a very quick re-engage there from Fisher, and they're going to tie up this percentage quick-like.
Well, I tell you what, it's a little bit of over-aggression coming out of Quicks. I think if you hold right outside the dojo there, along the wall, almost play it like a Reinhardt, where you're just playing the corner, you kind of peek away, peek out, get your damage in, get back in, get healed back up. It's going to allow you to build that ult charge up and, hold those vital cooldowns for a later fight.
I'm noticing Neb kind of following Keba around, using the teleport to get into those weird positions where Keba can climb up to. I mean, you can climb up with the Kiriko as well. But it's been a beautiful combination. And then you see Keba pulls out the sword and is able to chop through one before finally going down. Hammer did get that Blizzard off before falling, but there's just not enough reinforcements to follow up on that. Fisher College staying strong. They're going to push forward and pursue some kills now. Neb's going to pick up one. Avani going all the way in the back, fully charged. Quicks is getting close to that Terror Surge. Fisher College like what they've gotten, and they're going to have to back out and, well, get Forgotten regrouped with the rest of the team.
Well, Terror Surge is going to be countered by the sound barrier, as well as the Kitsune Rush going out early.
Yeah, and Neb. Oh, man. This Kiriko is so fun to watch. Now we've got a Graviton Surge over the top. Beautiful use of the Terror Surge to deny too much follow-up on that. Avani falls. Smart move coming out of Quick's brain play, and Abs is now caught in a very bad situation. I think we did manage to speed out and get around while we saw Hammer and Keba try to duel. Forgotten's able to pick up one long range with that railgun, but the Valks are just going to go ahead and try to move on to point. Unfortunately, the reinforcements got cut in half as Fisher College were able to split the team in twain.
Well,
That's right, twain, Billy.
I mean, that's an old English or American word that I just have not heard very much of other than Mark Twain. But, Quick swapping over to the ball, try and contest the point here at last second. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get him on the point.
Nope. Just narrowly missed out. Oh, that is a sad hamster on the point. Fisher College are nothing but smiles right now, though. Coming up 2-0. They're going to take Lijiang Tower 1-0 lead in our series.
Yep, and I think that right now Quicks has to play a little bit more passively. Unless it's time to go, unless you get an opening pick, you can't go headlong into the other team, especially if Forgotten is still on the field and Abs just went absolutely ham here. You'll love to see it. So, 1-0 here up for Fisher over Converse, and, meta picks seems to be the way to go. However, still impressed with the Donkey Horse coming out there, still impressed with Hammer's May ability to play that, but you got to clean it up a little bit. Got to be a little bit more sharp to take down one of the best teams in the country.
I was giggling to myself at Hammer's comment there in chat, like, wait, we got a support play of the game? No. Just how good Abs was. Just how good Abs was in that series. And Neb is a powerhouse in their own right, and Abs is the one kind of stealing the show this time around. But I did enjoy that whole backline. Neb on the Kiriko definitely had some clutch picks, and it's cool to see the new character in play. Like, it's just fun to watch people who are far more skilled at this game than I am pick up such a high skill cap hero and find success, and to see how to integrate that. The Kiriko combined with the speed of the Lucio, that's vicious, man.
It's vicious, and I mean, I want to go back to Converse, because Converse actually has 3 ways to get in fast. So you've got the Kitsune Rush, obviously, when you have the ultimate up. You've got the speed boost. You've also got the Javelin spin that will also increase the Orisa's movement. So, I mean, you can actually work this into your favor if you play it the right way. Like I said, Quicks just got a little bit over-eager when they got the first fight win outside of the dojo there on Night Market. If they hold the corner there, I think that we're looking at a much different second map. But, Fisher does take it there and takes a 2-0 win there on Control. So now we'll head off to our next map type, which I believe is going to be...
It's hybrid. We're heading to Paraíso.
Paraíso, yes!
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that one.
That's your backdrop, actually, right? Isn't that from the beaches of Paraíso?
That is.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Look, you're on point. You're on brand with map number 2, Billy. I like it. I like it a lot. The foresight is immaculate.
I mean,
yes.
Yeah, we'll go with that, yes.
I do believe loser gets to choose side since map pools are fixed. I need confirmation on that, but I think that's how this works. So yeah, loser gets to pick sides. So that'll give Converse the option to decide whether they want to try to defend parry Usophers or head on the attack. There's pluses and minuses to both sides. It's defense. I mean, if you put up a hold, you know exactly how far you need to get and where you need to use your ults. But I like attacking, Billy. Attacking has some good options as well. You can change your compositions. You can make an immediate read and make swaps right out of spawn. I think that's pretty powerful.
I mean, we've always gone back and forth with this. I always think that defending first, I like to know the benchmark that I need to attain. I also like, putting that up there. If you can put up a solid first point hold and not allow them to cap the point, that's going to send a message to the other team that, hey, all we got to do is get this certain amount. So that's what I always say, defend first, know what you got to get to. But looking at the composition, if it does end up being Converse defending first, the Orisa and the Mei, I mean, think about where you kind of post up. You can play the first corner underneath the underneath the cross bridge, the high ground there as you're coming out of spawn. You can try to land javelin spears, kind of stop the enemy press coming forward. They need to also worry about how much spray they put into the Zarya bubbles, because Avani was absolutely glowing half the time, unless they fell off the map or unless they actually got, cordoned off with one of those Mei walls and was able to be burst down. But, the Mei is going to have to be very consistent with where they place these walls. The first point is such a claustrophobic place anyways. I'd rather see it turn into a kill box where you have, a couple of projectiles coming down from up on high and just raining hell from above. But we'll see how they decide to play this in here. CVU Converse is coming out, with Hammer pulling out the Tracer and a little bit of that hit scan that I wanted to see with a little extra. The TNT, especially from the high ground here, is going to be able to rain that AoE damage. I love this pick, and they're going to be able to get in and out of these fights quickly with both Orion and Still Kiwi.
Defend objective
And I'm excited to see what Orion and Still Kiwi could do. I'm going to try to keep a sharper eye on Orion, who's the newest member of this Valkyrie squad. And just see how they're fitting in. Oh my goodness, Kiva just immediately goes up top and starts slicing and dashing through everybody. Garchomp is the one that ends up in the feed, but everybody from Converse was taking a bit of a hit there. Twix did pick up Neb along the way, so we'll see if this slows down Fisher College at all.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Hammer going down early, and Orion just going to get bursted down by Avani. That was actually a right click coming out of Avani. So, I mean, this is all done and dusted. Forgotten on this. Widowmaker is also making their presence felt. So, I mean, you've got the damage coming out. Now it's all about taking the high ground before Converse can get set up on the second point. Hello? How you doing there?
That was filthy. First kill, and then immediately turned around and got the headshot onto Quicks as well. That was filthy. And one of the keys of playing Kiriko is always being constantly aware of where your outs are. As we see another wicked shot, this one coming out of Forgotten, and Fisher College just claiming a lot of space here on point B, utilizing these rooftops. But as I was saying, the Kiriko, you've got to be constantly aware of where your exit strategy is going to be, who you're going to teleport to. Because in a moment's notice, you'll get dove on. You need to be able to get out with a quickness, as we see a Kiriko doing some work there. Look at how aggressive Neb is. Neb is up in this top crosswalk all the way back towards the spawn doors. In a bit of a duel right now with Orion. Kaba came in to help out, and that was quite the dive out of Fisher College between Neb, Kaba, and Abs.
I mean, that's just filth. And I mean, they're just not taking no for an answer here. They have claimed the rooftop, so high ground control right now is at a premium for Converse. They got to do something to dislodge the members of Fisher off this high ground. And I mean, you're looking at Blade and the Kitsune Rush Cave just takes Hammer out with a dash.
Yeah, Hammer got a little low. I think maybe got a little, not greedy, but you really wanted that kill. Really wanted it. And the peel comes through from Kaba. Sights are up, so Fisher is well aware of exactly where CVU are trying to emerge out of their third point spawn and try to contest this thing. The cart's still slowly inching its way through the streets.
God.
Oh, there were sights still up, Garchomp. You did not need to be peeking that. Forgotten to had that one read a mile in advance. That was just clinical. That was nothing special there other than just big brain on Forgotten. And now the blade is out from Kaba, and they have gone in deep and cut down any hopes of a retake from CVU.
Yeah, zero peel as well for these poor supports.
No,
That's just filth. Oh my God, Forgotten. Hello. Okay,
Yes!
DPS duo here from Fisher is just absolutely cleaning clocks right now. Avani doesn't have much to do because Cabe and Forgotten are getting the lion's share of the kills here. Those sights are coming up almost on cooldown for Forgotten. They're landing headshot in quick succession. So, you know, I think we need to look at some kind of a dive. Hammer needs to get a lot more done on this Tracer.
I mean, I knew Forgotten was, you know, top 5 DPS in Collegiate. I'm making a case for #1 hit scan in the entirety of Collegiate right now. This performance has been absolutely unreal. As the Graviton Surge is going to come out, that had multiple members in it. Cabe was able to just slash and dash through it. No, I already used that. Sorry, I get redundant. It was a Terror Surge. The idea was there, but not quite as effective at defending against the Grav as it was back on Lijiang Tower. And this has been a speed run through Parity ESO from Fisher College.
Well, I mean, we're looking at the Kitsune Rush, both support ultimates. Never mind.
Speaking of redundant, my goodness.
I mean, Forgotten is just absolutely cracked right now. And we need to see, you know, some kind of an answer coming out of Converse. I mean, they were talking about, you know, off rolls and, you know, off meta picks. Pull out a Junkrat. Pull out an Echo. Pull out something to get in the face of Forgotten.
Ooh, this is a double support ult engage. Trying to just run down, is that Neb in the back? Neb is super low and will fall. Hammer's going to pick up Avani on the way as well. So it's still an advantage here despite Quicks falling. Respawns are better for CVU and there's still a +1 for the defense. Fisher College are feeling bold though. They're not disengaging. They're going to stick around and try to maintain what space that they have. Cabe is even going to go ahead and pull out the blade. And a sound barrier? Wait, that was a 3-player sound barrier plus blade that Fisher are going to try to close this thing out despite being a player down in this fight. They're going to go 2 for 2 on the trade. Advantage still to CVU right now as the Valks once again, just that massive respawn. Nice use of the protection Suzu coming out of Array. Unfortunately, once that faded, so did their life. Now Neb here with a Kitsune Rush of their own, trying to close this out. Avani's returned on the Doom Fist. Defense is still holding for the meantime. Garchomp is going to fall. I see 3 players left here for the defense. A nice dodge from Orion, able to just teleport out of the way of that punch while Quicks is holding down the point itself. Cabe is finally able to disrupt the balance. Comes through with 1, make that 2. Dash it now, looking for Quicks. Quicks is at about half health, still a little bit of armor. Once that is gone, the rest will fall lickety split. And Fisher College will eventually grab this point. Only got slowed here at the very end of Para E-Sub. When it's all said and done, they will grab all 3 checkpoints.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just a cleanup at this point. I mean, 225 is what we're going to end up with here. And they didn't have an answer for the DPS duo. I mean, the Widowmaker Genji combo, not necessarily something that you think about, but I mean, think about the high ground that they were able to take with the grapple hook to get yourself from ground level up onto the rooftops, and then just the sight lines being taken by Forgotten. I mean, you saw a couple of unfortunate peaks come out of Converse there, Jeff, but man, I mean, Forgotten, even without the sights up, just had a bead on those heads and was clicking them left and right. So Converse have a very tall order here in front of them to be able to bring themselves back and at least try to pull this into an overtime situation. You know, Quicks, I mean, was focused down, got kind of separated from the herd, and was just bursted down time and time again. So we'll see what Fisher are able to do here defensively. Vonnie looks like they're going to go ahead and keep with this Doom Fist. The quick engage, the ability to get in and out of those fights was something that I don't think Converse was ready for. And now we'll see if this is going to be able to be something that Converse can either play up against, or if they're going to just have a really hard head-banging time here trying to figure out how to deflate this Fisher ego.
Not an easy task by any means. Vonnie rolling out of the Doomfist is an interesting pick. You mentioned it, and that is certainly very off meta. Doomfist not in a particularly strong place right now. Fisher College, you know, maybe think they've got a strategy, a way to combine. Oh,
well.
Wow! Garchomp deflects the headshot back. What an opener! And that's how you grab some momentum. You want to deflate an ego. Just to deflect one of the best widows that we've seen in a while. Just get that headshot right back on over there. Unfortunately, they lose everybody else on the approach as they try to take this high ground away from Fisher College. And despite being a 4v5, Fisher comes out on top.
Yep, I mean, that was fantastic appeal and a little bit of kiting back and getting away from the damage. And then re-engaging once again. Hammer once again diving in really deep, trying to take down Abs, but Abs is just too wily on the Lucio.
You know, wily. Avani going in deep. that was deep undercover there from Avani. Gotten playing very close up, especially for a Widowmaker, and it looks like CVU were just gonna forego the high ground, maybe work underneath and try to go up these stairs. Yeah, Garchomp's looking to put some pressure down up top, but they're not really committed to it yet. Now they've gotten Forgotten, who's rotated all the way back to this second high ground, making the approach a little bit difficult, but Keba is stuck around too long and ends up going down. Now Avani is in a tough situation, already used the power block. Drops down, healed up rather quick-like, but Neb gets pounced on. Now the second support in the sights of Quicks. Abs seems to have just buggered off with all the way around. Coming up on a sound barrier, though, there's going to be a re-engage here from Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually really good work coming out from Quicks. I mean, he's got the Primal in hand. Yep, taking down Keba in the Genji. Now this should be the first point taken, unless Forgotten has anything to say about it. Still landing headshots.
Yeah, it was a nice pulse bomb from Hammer right onto Avani at the moment that Fisher College wanted to re-engage. The sound barrier came out, but there was no tank left, so sound barrier falls to waste. Good engagement there from the Valkyries.
Well, now they've got the Kitsune Rush ready to go. The big part about that fight that I really liked is that Quicks had the ultimate discipline to hold on to this Primal, so they're going to be able to dislodge the standing 8 count coming in from Avani and company.
Blade out from Keba first. Able to chop through one. Now looking for Hammer. An elusive Tracer is hard to catch up with. And Keba taking a lot of pressure from behind as Quicks does finally pop that Primal Rage and used Appeal for their Tracer. Nicely done. And it's going to be a 4v4 here. Forgotten gets out with 30 health, somehow avoiding Quicks as Neb is able to put enough pressure down where Quicks couldn't pursue, eventually picks up that final blow. And the supports from Fisher College coming up heroes here in this fight.
Blade available for Converse, though. They don't have the sound barrier to help that. So, I mean, this Kitsune Rush might have to be the case. Take them out. It does take you, still keep you out of the fight.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush is just so powerful. I mean, it is double movement speed, double attack speed.
What?
Yeah, what was that? Well, you're not supposed to. Apparently, Widowmaker is a close range fighter now. Some CQC here from some close quarters combat out of your sniper. Are you kidding me? What is this?
The spawn hole and Cam just standing outside with
the
pulse with the pulse rifle ready to go. That's absolutely hilarious.
Kevin trying to do his best impression of that clip, the infamous clip from Watchpoint Gibraltar. CVU Esports, though, they are able to finally clean up that fight. It got a bit messy, but they weathered the storm. And they keep their focus fire on track, and they're pushing this card along. One more engage here from Fisher is Garchomp going in looking for Forgotten. Pulls out the blade. Forgotten has a hook shot all the way back towards the spawn, but Garchomp just, makes a little detour, finds 2 when it's all said and done with a little help from the Kitsune Rush. Finds Avani as well. Come on, Garchomp, keep it going. You've got 2. You're trying to chase down Neb. With a little help from Quicks, they're going to find Neb, and now dashing through Keba. And that's it. A slight re-engage here at the end. 4K for Garchomp during that fight. The cart is less than 1 meter away as Avani returns to try to challenge. This seems like a foregone conclusion, but if Fisher stays alive long enough, they might be able to put up a fight. Nah, there it is. 2 points on the board.
Well, I mean, they invested the sound barrier in there as well. So, I mean, Quicks has a Primal built up through all of that extra damage that they were able to lay down, but it's going to be a dogfight here trying to get the cart moving once again, especially Neb. Following up the Forgotten Genji onto the high ground, able to teleport up there and take high ground, just start raining damage in from high above.
I'm so impressed just how fearless Neb is. Unfortunately, couldn't keep Forgotten alive through that one. As Garchomp is really starting to find the rhythm, find the groove, and get things moving here. And that's exactly what CVU needs. Garchomp stepping up in that DPS role, a role that is kind of rotating and even a little lacking here from CVU Esports. Not in the talent of the players on the field, but just in the players that they're able to put into the roster.
What?
But here comes Keba back with the tack visor, and Garchomp goes down. A little Kitsune Rush with tack visor is just nasty combo. That's one I'm going to put in my notes, keep in the back of my head. Quicks is still sticking around in this fight and has, had, I believe that was KO there super low, but couldn't quite finish it off and just got to get out of there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a good disengage from them, even though Quicks does go down there in a heat. Abs has absolutely pulled it out, and Blade comes out from Forgotten. They're just pulling these ultimates out on cooldown.
I mean, the fact that we're seeing Forgotten play a flex DPS is a little unusual. And a very late Blade, obviously used to clean up the fight there. Not a typical place you would see the Dragon Blade unsheathed, but Fisher College making it work, I suppose. I think just trying to kind of bully a little bit here, if I'm being honest. They're trying to get in the head of Converse, but Converse are doing a good job of staying focused and are staying competitive here in this fight. They do have a couple of good ults coming up. I'm looking at the Kitsune Rush, cross with that Blade. Might be able to get him over the line, Billy.
Well, I mean, but you losing your tank that early in the fight before you even get set up, this has just been pursuit. Well, I mean, I say that as we get 2 answered back. Orion absolutely lighting it up with the support, the healing Sunus coming through. And I mean, I'm just telling you what, this is an extended fight that I think that CSU just needs to pull out and just recollect themselves, because they are just getting taken out one by one.
Okay, was going to win the duel over Abs there, but it was the sound barrier from Abs that allowed a slight moment of stabilization. CVU are going to go ahead and push in with 4. They're not going to regroup for the whole 5. As I believe that they're missing... Okay, no, there it is. Orion's in the fight with the Kitsune Rush out, and there's the Blade. Gonna chop through 2 before the Magnetic Grenade finally deals with Garchomp, and now with a sound barrier at their back, Neb's Kitsune Rush is not gonna be a problem. CVU are able to just muscle through it and push through towards the end. Now Fisher College is hoping they can get this clock down to 0.
Well, I mean, they have all the stall-worthy characters going out there. I mean, Doomfist is very stable here, moving through these fights, especially with the damage mitigation. But that might actually do it right there. I think they're going to get in with about maybe 15 seconds left.
Look at how Quicks is way up at the top of your screen right now, holding down the door. And CVU just trying to push in, make sure they get an attack, and they will. Both teams will get an opportunity to take an additional attack on point A as we head into extra innings.
Nice variation coming out from Converse, though, pulling out the monkey and being able to contest the high ground. It really made Forgotten's life hell on that Widowmaker. Also, Hammer coming in behind. I want to talk about this synergy between Neb and Forgotten, though, for Fisher's College. I mean, let's be clear here. This is a support hero going in on the tails of their projectile DPS and fragging out just as much as the actual DPS is. So when we said fearless earlier, that was an understatement. Neb has absolutely 0 chill on this Kiriko.
Yeah.
And I mean, willing to press in, willing to teleport out. I mean, they've always got their eye on where their out is. You mentioned that earlier, and that is such an important part of this Kiriko kit. Truly is that you have, that immediate out, and I mean, it's not on, super fast cooldown, so you do have to time it the right way, but it always seems available. Once that, that health bar gets about, the 3rd mark of how much is left, they are ready to disengage. I also want to call the Kitsune Rush and Tac Visor the Foxy Visor.
The Foxy Visor, okay. As long as we're coming up with old combo names, I'm on board with that.
It's a Foxy Visor.
I just get, Jimi Hendrix stuck in my head now. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Valkyrie coming out on attack first. There's extra innings are underway. Now, my question is, are they going to try to directly attack the high ground this time? They do. Quicks is going to go up there immediately alongside still Kiwi, and they've got eyes focused on Keba at the moment. Keba into the corner as Garchomp joins into the fight. Avani tried to push him down, but they're able to climb back up, and it's a big old battle in the corner. One that Keba is going to come out on top with a little help from some friends.
Yep, 30 seconds off the clock there. So now, I mean, you're looking at ult charges right now. Nothing really doing there for Garchomp and company. If they can take out this this Diva out of the mech, I think that's going to be their go point. They're going to go head to Playa de Paraíso and take it to the beaches. I mean, my background is right there. Let's see if Quicks can get anything done.
Well, Hammer is the one kind of moving on to the point. I think just trying to pull back some of the reinforcements that are remaining. Makeba steps up and gets that kill. Neb finds the headshot and the punch onto Hammer. Didn't even need the punch. But it looked good. I'll give you some style points. Fisher College now just trying to hold down the objective as everybody fell back after Hammer touch point, but Fisher College eventually clean up and no percentage allowed here in extra innings. 33% is all Fisher College needs to move up to match point.
Well, this is all going to come down to how well are Converse going to be able to hold that initial high ground. What kind of poke damage they're going to be able to get in. Are they going to be able to withstand the dual threat of Forgotten and Neb, or Cabe and Neb, depending on who pulls out the Genji here? Because anywhere Neb goes, it seems like there is an immediate frag that comes out from it, Jeff. And I think that's, part of their success right now is that Kiriko going in has the immediate healing burst, the cleanse ability as well, and then the ability to just bolster whoever is focusing down a target. I mean, the burst healing that's coming out from Kiriko, I'd be gobsmacked if somebody could give me a healing number for what Neb is doing right now, because I would assume that they are leading in the support department, because the heals, the follow-up, I mean, they're taking all that damage on their DPSs, and they're just healing it straight through it. I mean, if I looked at that last fight where Cabe got the 2K, went down to like 25% health twice, and Kiriko just bursted him back up to full health. So, I mean, Neb might be the nemesis that Converse need to deal with first. If they can take this Kiriko out of these fights, it might be the linchpin to topple down the entire composition.
Well, and the timing on that healing is so important, because Neb is doing a lot in the offensive front as well. Like, just seems to be perfectly balancing the offensive capabilities and putting the damage in, as well as keeping the team alive and not leaving anybody hanging. Ooh, Garchomp, that was a dangerous position. That was a bold move there, Garchomp, and it pays off in the end as they just scramble, power slide back to the rest of the team, turn around, get the kill onto Avani, who is like a Junker Queen at the moment. But hey, Forgotten's still on the server. Well, never mind.
Whoop.
No, Neb's still on the server. All right, there's just too many weapons here for Fisher College. You try to focus down Neb, Forgotten takes your head off. You try to focus on Forgotten, Kaba comes in and gets you. You try to focus the DPS, Neb is there. This is quite the war chest of players that Fisher College have available to them. Kind of just teetering on to the point right now, kind of trickling a little bit, but I think this is just part of like an overwhelming pressure, like not one clean team fight. It's just overwhelming pressure that Fisher College are looking to put down, and you can see them start to whittle away at the ranks of the defense of Converse University.
Yeah, but Avani does get 2 in that fight, and so now, it's all about getting back onto the point, and I mean, it's going to be oh my lord, Abs and Forgotten once again just putting on a clinic here. Now it's all about the race to get back. How long can Quick stay here alone? Well, Kiwi's going to be back there to heal him up, and there's a teleport in from Orion. Jeff, this is about a minute and a half off this initial overtime time bank, and they need to hold for ultimates.
Yeah, and Quicks even has this Primal Rage ready to go. That can just buy a lot of time, and that's going to go ahead and get popped immediately. Just pushing everybody around as Hammer was trying to find the pulse. That didn't quite land where they were open. Hammer does find Neb, though. Let's see if this is the benchmark that you were looking for. Will that be the one structural pillar to take down the rest of this building? If Avani keeps getting kills, the answer may be a nay. As Avani comes up with a third, pops the rampage inside the meat market or the bakery or whichever that was. It was 3 for Avani in that fight before Forgotten comes up with the final 2, and Fisher College eventually grabbed the 33% they need. They have taken Parity East, so they are on match point, 2-0 series lead.
It is the Panaderia do Rosmaier, the Rosemary's Bakery in Portuguese, and yeah, that's a great place to let out the rampage. But we're not done.
I don't know if Vadi has a celiac problem or something, like just very angry at bread. Just extremely angry at bread. All that bread had to pay. The rampage, that was fantastic. I mean, as you know, Fisher College looking really good. I mean, it's a little sloppy, but like I said, I think it's just an overall pressure kind of scenario where they're just trying to keep pouring it on. They're not giving Converse any room to breathe. It's something similar as we saw in their defense.
Oh man, I mean, Neb is just absolutely lighting it up. Like I said, I would love to know support numbers for Fisher College, especially Neb in particular.
Sure.
But I mean, Forgotten had a standout performance once again on hit scans. Brought out the Genji as well, had a nice little blade as well. So I mean, the flexibility is being shown by both squads here. I'd like to see maybe if you're going to keep running into this issue of the Neb Kiriko, maybe the Brigitte paired with a Lucio. I know that the Kitsune Rush is good. I know that the teleport in and out is good. But if you're going to keep fighting up in these close quarter fights, maybe having that shield bash or that little bit of extra CC might be something to dissuade Neb from being able to just follow where they wish. The other thing, maybe bringing out the anti-nade, pulling out that burst healing, and denying all that factoring in. That might be another way to go as well. So, I mean, theory crafting is my specialty here as my job as a caster. And I'm telling you what, like, there could be ways to kind of counteract Neb, but at the moment, nobody has figured out how to deal with a problem like Neb.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the Valkyries can make it happen and see if they can shut down Forgotten Neb and the rest of this Fisher squad. We're going to take a quick intermission. When we come back, Junkertown, we'll see you there in a minute. 2-0 lead for Fisher College, coming out of the break and looking to close it out here as we head into our escort map of Junkertown. But don't let that fool you into thinking that Converse isn't doing an amazing job with the hand that they've been dealt. Reminder that they've got a brand new main support in Orion, and they're still kind of filling that DPS role out, Billy.
They really are, and I mean, they've been looking, good at points. I think that the big thing, I think, for Orion is knowing when to get out. They have their target set, who they're going to teleport to, where they're going to get out to, and make sure that they're just spamming the healing throughout the entirety of it before they do finally pull the ripcord on it. But I mean, Quicks definitely showing us nice versatility. The monkey was very serviceable. I know that everybody probably spamming Winton Zap and getting it done. But Fisher definitely showing their pedigree right now. As we head into our next map, I think that looking for a little bit more tank DPS synergy, following in on these dives, following in on these aggressive moves coming out of Quicks is what really Converse needs to do. And when Steel Kiwi gets that speed boost amp ready to go, I think they need to go and get it in there and get hyper aggressive and be able to kite back out should they get too much burst down on them. I also think that maybe looking at a little bit of a tank buster. I think that maybe a tank buster taking Avani, because Avani seems to be living almost rent free here on the streets of Overwatch right now. So they need to burst down this tank. Once the tank goes down, I think they're going to have a lot more purchase on taking these fight wins and really boosting their ability to take a map off of Fisher.
And I mean, just a reminder, friends, Garchomp is traditionally a tank player. Was the off-tank player for Converse last year in Overwatch 1 when you had to. And has come in and put up a very respectable job at the DPS role. It was getting a lot of work done against an extremely difficult opponent. And then as far as the tank buster, there's, still waiting on their primary DPS player to get into the country. So I'm not sure if the hero pool would allow for it, but I mean, I could see a Reaper working, especially if they wanted to run the May again, running a Reaper May with the Orisa, or even pulling that Junker Queen. I want to take a moment and also highlight that Junker Queen, because that was interesting. That was very interesting indeed on the other side of the fence, as we see Avani hovering over it once again.
I mean, I'm not going to hate it if it does come out, because, I mean, the work was getting done there. And we'll see if it's going to bear any fruition here when we go into Route 66. So, I mean, they're going to come out on the attack here. We'll see Converse defending here. Quicks showing us the Winston once again, but I like the fact that we're seeing a Sombra. You might be able to take down either the Kiriko or the Junker Queen, stop those abilities from coming out and getting a quick assassination.
You are just going to hold back very traditional, somewhat traditional idea of a defense of playing around big Earls. The positioning not as much, with Quicks playing on the low ground and trying to create a kill box here just as Fisher College comes in. You see now Quicks is able to use some of this cover, just kind of bounce around, and they're definitely putting a little bit of focus on Avani. Avani's the one taking some of the damage. Forgotten is in a lot of trouble, though. Garchomp moving over to this Sombra and have Forgotten down to 1, but Neb is able to get that topped off, or Akabe gets work done in the front. 2 kills to 1, favoring Fisher College as they round the first corner.
Well, now Hammer needs to get out in a hurry. Abs very low, having to amp the healing on themselves, so that's going to be off the gate. Oh my gosh, Abs, seriously? Versus a Tracer? Let's go.
That is not an easy matchup. Speaking from the Tracer's point of view, darn it. All right, kill that Lucio can be really tough, and Abs is as elusive as it gets, not to mention accurate with those Cheerios. So I don't envy Hammer in that matchup. That's certainly not a gimme. Avani now looking to just hold down this left side door, which means they know the other way they're coming. Boom, right there. What a disruptor shot coming out. Akeba to block off one side while Avani holds down the other. One person did make it through as the cart was contested momentarily by a Hammer, but they are quickly dealt with and the points picked up.
Oh, man, I mean, this is just a little bit of shambles right now for Converse. I think the initial pick that came through for Fisher, and that just started a snowball rolling into point B. And now it's all about taking high ground here for Fisher. Fisher will be able to stand up tall on this high ground. I'm looking for, Cabe to get on top of the hotel here and be able to just rain those railgun shots from high.
After however many years of casting that player, I still don't know if it's Kabe or Cabe. I've seen it listed so many different ways in their pronunciation sheet. I swear they just troll casters over the past 2 years. It's been a hotly debated topic. But anyway, I'm just going to keep going with what I've been doing. We can go with Cave if you want. I've seen casters from all over T2 swap around on that. Bit of an even trade here. CVU are able to kind of hold it down, kind of, well, stabilize a little bit. There's only 3 of them left, though.
Well, I like the Orisa versus Junker Queen matchup. You've got two projectiles that come out. Oh my God, what a disruptor shot. Pinning still Kiwi down in there and not allowing them to get out. You know, the big thing is that you've got the commanding shout that Avani's going to have to be able to speed on top of Quicks right there. You see that coming through. And the disruptor, the speed, and the commanding shout all mixing together to take down that poor Orisa. So Quicks is going to have their work cut out for them coming back in here and trying to contest. It's only halfway through point B, Jeff. So, I mean, overclock depends on where Cabe wants to set up and start firing these railguns.
Fisher College are so fast on the recognition and the re-engage. Even like they lost the previous fight technically, but they re-engage so quickly. They take advantage of the +2 that they had. Now we're going to get the Kitsune Rush coming out. Garchomp here with the EMP, but won't get a chance to use it. Forgotten is going to play at that one right between the eyes. CVU are just trying to hold down inside the board. Perfect place for a rampage, but there is still Kiwi with the sound barrier and allows CVU to escape the inside of the clubhouse. Now the Terror Surge comes out, and Fisher College taking quite a bit of damage. Forgotten gets finished off by Hammer after that initial burst, and Pulse Bomb lands. Avani gets blown to smithereens. CVU looking like they're gonna hold, but they need to not lose anybody here. That's the problem. This is where they run into issues. Now Hammer has gone down. Cave is still on their feet, though looking a little worse for wear. As Abs is trying to get out of there, gets hacked, gets finished off. Good stabilization, good fight there for CVU.
Wow, I mean, Terror Surge absolutely enabling them to take that fight and turn it on its head, but there's Forgotten once again. Headshot on Orion, so half of your healing, your burst definitely down.
Well, and you can see how threatened Cave feels as they're just hanging out in the back line. Forgotten does eventually get finished off. Garchomp coming out with yet another hero and showing us some good proficiency on it. The Sombra has certainly put a bit of a wrinkle in that Fisher College haven't quite dealt with as a 4-man EMP comes out, but Garchomp goes down immediately. Quick's trying to make good on that EMP, but yeah, that was Cave coming through with the railgun shot. Wasn't even an overclock, wasn't quite up yet. That was just a straight charge railgun shot to the dome, and it's enough to finish off this point. Fisher College take point B.
Oh my lord, Neb has stones of
nuts,
boulders. Stones of boulders right there for Neb. Absolutely unafraid. Used Kitsune Rush in the previous fight, Jeff. Already 80% towards another one. That's how much work this Kiriko is getting done for Fisher. So, once again, I mentioned it again. Neb has to be your point of focus, and you have to pull that teleport out, and then maybe have Garchomp. Well, Garchomp is not on the Sombra anymore, so you don't have that quick ability to get in there and get burst down.
Game goes down 99% to overclock. The Kitsune Rush is still thrown in. Shout out, which is an indicator that Fisher College wanting to get aggressive. I don't know, where is this Kitsune Rush? Oh, it's there? Wait. Okay. No. All right, Neb, I trust your judgment. You're the best Kiriko I think I've seen so far in official play. Terror Surge didn't fight a whole lot. In fact, it just put Quicks in a very vulnerable position. That Forgotten's able to finish off. And Fisher College, they're going to round this first quarter and start making their way to the back of the armory.
3 ultimates coming into this fight for Converse, though, Jeff. And you're looking at Sound Barrier and the Rampage. So even trade there, still no point presence for Converse. This point is getting dangerously close to a point of no return.
Oh, I'm loving this duel. Neb is on the prowl, trying to hunt down Hammer. Salyer comes out first from CVU, responded by Abs, and they try to push in. Avani falls. As the Pulse Bomb misses the mark a little bit. And Hammer is just trying to check all the angles to keep Neb in check. Finally wins out on that long-standing duel. The two have been chasing each other around this point for it seems like a minute now. Hammer comes out on top this time.
I love this fight. I love this duel between the two of them. And I mean, they're just going haymaker for haymaker. Orion has really stepped up here on map number 3 and has just been taking a lion's share of the damage going in. I love what I'm seeing out of them, though.
Right now, it's Fisher. I'm trying to work up the left side. I'll say the whole team's working up the left side. It's really just one DPS over there, as Forgotten was trying to come through the other way. Forgotten, traditionally the hit scan player, I must remind you, as they get domed by Orion, the newest addition to the Converse squad. Game comes in over the top, finishes off Quicks as this cart is indeed inching to that point of no return. Fisher doesn't have a whole lot of the bank, and they're looking a little low. Neb is going to get punished. And so they're just relying on Lucio heals. Cade is going to fall, not enough to top up Avani, and this is not going to be the push. CVU have really whittled down this clock, and Fisher running out of time.
The important thing there is that they took Avani out of mech before they were able to get self-destruct, because that would have been just an instant remech and instant pressure being put on Converse again. So 20 seconds here to go. Oh my gosh, Garchomp is really starting to light it up here on the Sojourn. Not hating that in the slightest. The overclock was actually used in the previous fight and got maximum value out of it. So Pulsewomp might be able to end this fight.
This is going to be an explosive fight. Dual Kitsunes right over the point. Terra Surge is out, and Garchomp finds first blood. Sound barrier in return, and Fisher College are looking to get aggressive. Still, Kiwi had one of their own. Here comes that self-destruct used aggressively, but Hammers landed the pulse. Garchomp landed the headshot. Fisher College are not going to complete this. The Valkyries have planted their flag. They have built a wall, and Fisher College will not break it down. 2 points on the board. The best opportunity Converse has had yet to take a map off this squad.
Gandalf moment there for Converse. The Valkyries say, "You shall not pass." And they do put their line in the sand now. It all comes down to how their attack is going to come out here, Jeff. And, I mean, tell you what, the versatility coming out from Quicks, Garchomp, and Hammer. They have all shown different heroes here on Route 66 to maximum benefit. The Terra Surges, one was kind of wonky, right? The one that was a couple, like 3 fights ago, where it kind of put Quicks in a bad position. Yeah, it created a little bit of space. Yeah, it created a little bit of separation, but Quicks going down. But the other ones that came out from Quicks actually getting great value and able to really propel CVU to this third point hold. So they definitely have a win condition here. Now let's see, how do they employ this? Avani showing us the Dutch scientist. I do not hate this one bit. I have been playing a lot of Sigma in my ranked games, and if you can really manage your cooldowns, keep that shield management at a premium, play the corners, you can actually keep it up and really play for kinetic grasp to get the overhealth and take maximum advantage of this hero. Plus, if Hammer takes a rock to the dome, that's going to be an immediate assassination, especially the way that Cave and Forgotten have been playing all day.
Yeah, and you can tell Fisher College are taking this defense a little bit more seriously, as we have Forgotten going back over to that hit scan, namely the Widowmaker. And immediately finding good use of it. That's a beautiful shot. You just can't challenge this player. I mean, if Forgotten is anywhere on the Widowmaker, that is just a no-fly zone.
Quicks covering, and God, that is just disgusting. Forgotten. You really need to just watch yourself, young man. I'm gonna make you put your nose in the corner with all these headshots you're doing.
Oh, it's truly a sight to behold. And I think the biggest problem for Converse right now, they have to find a way up there. Hammer tried to go up the 45-degree angle boxcar. They have not enough to do it. Immediately gets sniped right on out of it. And what do you do? I mean, they're controlling so much space. The sightline's so good there for Forgotten, and it's an inching forward from Quicks is the answer. But they've lost people along the way with that flying shot. That was insane. That may have been the best one yet.
I mean, this is really bringing me shades of Blizzard World, where you had the double shield defense and you would the experimental barrier up there, and you just put an ash behind it, just headshots raining in. This is giving me that kind of vibe, and that's what the real beauty of the Sigma is that you've got that 1,200 point hit barrier there, and nothing can get through it. It doesn't matter how much you focus it down.
I'd just like to point out that Forgotten got our first ult online in the server as Widowmaker. And now got another one to Garchomp. There's Hammer with the stick. That's going to land onto Avani. So that big shield that you're talking about no longer a factor here for CVU, as they're able to use their Kitsune and rush to come in and find a pair of kills. They are only up by 1, but with Forgotten now taken out of the picture, they'll be able to get at least a little bit of progress made on this payload.
Well, I mean, now it's all about getting up and taking high ground. Do not ride the payload. You need to be up there contesting the high ground, not allowing Forgotten to get set up, and they see the switch there. Now that the Widowmaker has really proven their damage and gotten full maximum value, they swap over to the Tracer. You're going to have the mobility, the recall ability coming back to get your health back, so now it's all about speed and getting into these fights.
It's going to be the Kitsune Rush. Speaking of speed, to initiate things, Gabe's going to go and pull out the blade. He's heading into the back, covered by the defense matrix, going right for the supports. The protection Suzu kept Orion alive, but the same can't be said for Steel Kiwi. Quicks responds, but Forgotten is right there. Quicks is going to go ahead and pop this Primal Rage, and that's a lot of health to burn through. Fisher College are going to try to use the sound barrier to do such and give themselves some extra sustain through this fight. It has gotten quite messy with just little individual duels all over the place. Quicks gives up on trying to chase Abs down and tries to return and help the remainder of the team on this point. Self-destruct thrown in from Avani, who had returned on that Diva and already has the ultimate online and ready to go. Gabe finishes off Quicks, and with Avani at the helm, Fisher College are driving Converse away.
Yeah, that self-destruct was super impactful there in that fight because it cleared all of the point presence away from Converse, and they had to get, shelter for cover. And it was allowing Fisher to speed in and take these 1v1 duels and winning out the majority of them.
Forgotten trying to loop around to that top right-hand side, has Pulse Bomb ready to go. Neb is stuck in a bad spot down here. A wonderful disruptor shot from Garchomp. Neb didn't have an escape. I think finally found the teleport out. Forgotten misses the pulse and then just gets railed into the dome. Garchomp now trying to find more. The overclock is active. It gets it. Kabe falls as well. Neb the next on the chopping block, and that is a 4K indeed. Garchomp, the tank player, the off-tank player, coming up big here for Converse.
I mean, that's 2 tank players on DPS roles. If you remember, Hammer from the HSCL League was a main tank player and has swapped over in Open Division and the Path to Pro, and now in Collegiate as well to the DPS role, and is absolutely shining through. But good lord, Garchomp almost getting the ace there. It was actually Quicks that pulls out the final kill there. Now Forgotten back onto this Widowmaker, so now high ground's going to be at a premium.
Somebody online. Forgotten gets beaten. Garchomp is able to win that duel. Garchomp just absolutely rising to the occasion in this duel against Forgotten. Fisher College kind of sticking around in this mega room here for a moment. Pulse is going to go a little bit wide, and it's the battle of attrition going in Fisher's favor because Avade was just charged to the heavens. Both Zarya's fall as the blade is unsheathed here from Kick, and now they're just running in to touch a spawn door.
Well, I mean, they're going to be able to get out, though, because they don't have enough of the damage to really hold this door, especially with the disruptor shot coming out from Garchomp. So they're going to have purchase going in this fight. They've got the sound barrier at the back. They're going to have Graviton Surge in this fight. So both support ultimates are going to have to probably be used here by Fisher to survive it.
Quicks right up front, low level. There's the Graviton immediately. Second bubble out from Avade, and the sound barrier is there from both of our squads. Kitsune rush in from Fisher College to try to come in and respond, and it's going to be with DPS and tank and supports only from both sides. It going in and has eyes on both supports, has to get out of there. Got to respect that damage coming out of Orion, who's very close to a Kitsune rush of their own. Eventually does finish off Gabe, and allows Garchomp some room to push up and try to finish off Neb. Neb will escape, but CVU are going to win this fight.
They are absolutely going to win this fight, but it's going to be a Graviton Surge of their own coming into this fight. So this should be ability for them to, if they can get an early pick, this should be a fight win for Converse and be able to take it in. 30 seconds left here on point B.
Buck switching on over to an Orisa here for this final fight. Oh, Quicks, if you could have... Oh, didn't quite get it up in time. Almost ate the grab. But there is a Kitsune rush here from the attacking Valkyries. So the follow-up is just 100% punished. Anybody that got near that went down. There was a couple players. Neb's got 2, and it's a 3v3 left on this point. Gabe is still dancing around here as well. Always a dangerous factor. Abs in the back alongside Cape as they're holding down this objective. They're not allowing the progress to come through, and they've lasted long enough for Avani to return. Now the squishier members can move out and start flanking around, start putting pressure on Orion and Quicks. Ooh, that cart inched a little too close for comfort there for Fisher College, and nobody wants to die. Abs got a sound barrier online, drops it at just the right time. Still Kiwi not far away from one of their own, has to survive and manages to get that sound barrier out. Advantage to Valkyries for the moment as they try to push in. Quicks is close to this terror
Blade.
surge, but it's going to be a Cape coming up with the blade first. Kitsune rush to back them up. Cape has still not been able to find any targets. It's the Kitsune rush on the objective, and Abs is finally one to fall here in this point. Still Kiwi's going to pick up one as well, and a remarkable job here from the Valkyries to weather the storm of the Kitsune blade to get the kills in their own right. And wow, outstanding fight and quite the statement from the Valkyries.
Power of friendship, be the bud. I don't know what to say here because it's just absolutely back and forth. And I mean, that was a tenacious fight. Both squads Converse, though. Still Kiwi being able to keep themselves up in the last seconds of that fight and getting that sound barrier off is what pulls them over the fight. Now you're looking at an overclock coming from Forgotten, and Neb takes down their counterpart.
Good shot, good opening from Neb. Getting into a very good position here with this high ground. Has both of these exits on lock with an overclock in the back pocket. Quicks about to run out of armor. Cave is in D8 with a lot of pressure from both DPS onto Quicks. Cave is looking to finish them off now and give a huge advantage to Fisher College in this fight. 32 seconds on the clock. Converse have got to stay alive. Most importantly, Quicks needs to stay alive through this. Two support ults are online and ready to go, and here comes the sound barrier to start things off. Abs, after swapping over to an auto of all people, is going to go ahead and throw down that nano. That's going to be onto Ivana as they push in, but there's a Kitsune rush to worry about, but everybody's dying. Cabe and a Neb have come through once again, and this is going to be it. It's going to be a swap to Hammer, but they get antied on approach, not even going to get the touch, and is done and dusted. Map 3, Route 66 goes over to Fisher College. They will take the series 3-0. Tip of the hat, though, over to the Valkyries, Billy. That was a heck of a showing.
Man, I mean, it was better than I expected. It was better than I expected. Garchomp and company, I mean, they showed some grit here in this series. It was not a stomp by any means. They made Fisher work for it. And that's something that, we were kind of talking about. I thought they were at least going to be able to take a map off of them, but it was just so much oppression from Cabe and from Forgotten. So I tell you what, Converse absolutely impressing me here in this fight, in this series. Route 66, definitely the best map of the day for both teams. But I tell you what, Fisher, definitely a well-oiled machine. They know what their identity is. They have what they want, how they want to do it. They have a clear path to where they want to be. Now it's all about Converse. Once again, we talked about them not having their full squad. We have people off rolling, and they're still able to put up that kind of fight. So there is a lot of potential, a lot of positives to take away from this matchup for Converse. So absolutely tip of the cap to them. And Fisher, I mean, well done. You're proving once again why you were ranked so high in the Okra standings. So, whew, man, game number 1 for us out of the way.
Yeah, I gotta. It's not just the perseverance from Converse, but they adapted well. They showed a lot of versatility. We saw some good hero picks. I loved the Sombra that came out from Garchomp. I thought that had some really good effectiveness. We saw Quicks play a variety of tanks, this was a tough ask for Converse, but I think they played it extremely well, and I think they'll do well in this league as the weeks continue. I mean, this is only game 2. Both of our teams now sitting at 1-1 in the overall standings. Fisher, though, they've got all the pieces they need, friends. They have a very experienced, powerful crew of players, both vets and relative newcomers to the scene, extremely talented, a good coaching staff behind them. Fisher College are looking to be the best collegiate team in the world, and they put up a really good showing for that here today.
I mean, I'm looking forward towards down the line where they start meeting up with these other higher echelon teams. What kind of a dogfight those are going to be.
Yeah.
I'm also hoping that Converse gets their player in. That the visa issues are cleared up and they get their full squad, because I want to see what Converse looks like as a full powered team, because I think that if they have that synergy, they have that, all the players on board, everybody in line, I think that this is going to would have been a much closer series than what we saw. But still, impressive work out of Converse.
Very much so, very much so. But that is going to conclude our second match of the day. We're going to take a little bit of a break and get set up for the next one. When we return, you're going to have Ult Charge and, an unknown cast. Looks like it's not listed here for me. But we'll have Ottawa Gray taking on Marywood here when we come back with more NECC.
All right, hello and welcome back. Match number 3 about to be underway. I'm Alt Charge, joined this time by LaFon, and we're going to be bringing you the University of Ottawa Grey game as they take on the Marywood Pacers. This is Challengers Northeast Division. LaFon, at this level of play, we just came down from the Legends Division. What can the audience expect to see?
Well, I mean, first of all, we're going to expect to see some really good Overwatch, right? That's always kind of the name of the game here. In fact, I will say, though, I have to get it out of the way early. I actually live in Ottawa. This is the city I'm from. So University of Ottawa, I am quite familiar with this school. The GGs as they were. So you'll... those who know. But I know, yeah, to the game itself, I actually expect some really big things here, right? Looking forward to kind of the excitement. We're in a new game. There's always going to be new environments, new sort of showcases of talent, and of course, a couple of new heroes making their way through as well.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun to watch. So this is the third game of the night. I do believe there's an 11 p.m. game too,
Yes.
if we want to just... Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, if we want to just take a quick peek at the schedule,
there
who's
it
going to
is.
be up at 11? University of Arkansas taking on the Hastings Broncos. That's going to be the matchup after this. LaFon, going into this game, we're going to start out on a familiar map for everyone, Ilios, and then we're going to be going to 3 new Overwatch 2 maps back-to-back-to-back, Midtown, Circuit Royale, and New Queen Street. Are you excited to cast these new maps?
I mean, yeah, new stuff is always a tremendous kind of look. And as we've actually gotten, a little bit of time in Overwatch 2, not a ton of it, of course. The game is only about 2 weeks old here in kind of the span of things. We're going to see new approaches, maps that we haven't solved yet as a community, kind of coming to the fore. Figuring out proper angles of attack, where you want to take fights. And I think once we get to push, especially, that kind of comes to the fore even more so than perhaps some of the others, right? Push, a new game type. Not a lot of players know when to take fights, where to take fights, how to reset properly. All sort of things that we've learned over the breadth of Overwatch in other map types. We're having to relearn from scratch. So that's always going to give some interesting looks as well. Now, as we alluded to at the top of the the intro, there are some new characters, and that means that styles can change a lot. We're seeing a lot of flexibility in this kind of patch in terms of what we can expect to see run as well, right? A lot of we're seeing dive, we're seeing rush, we're seeing sort of that brawl kind of setup come through, all these flavors with multiple different kind of heroes making their appearance. So overall, just a lot of flexibility, a lot of excitement early on in the days of Overwatch 2 here.
Yeah, and you mentioned new heroes, not just new, but brand new. Today's the first day in the NECC that we've actually seen Kiriko, because we're playing on the live patch, and she's competitively viable now, so that should be a lot of fun. We've already seen teams break her out. Just in the Legends Division game, both teams were playing her almost non-stop, so the power is there, but the skill floor is high. We'll see if she makes an appearance here in the Challengers Division again. Let's take a look at the standings for this division, the Challengers Northeast Division. Here's how it shakes out. Currently, we're only through 1 week of play. A couple teams have played their week 2 games, including Marywood, who actually played a game right before this against Montgomery County Community College. They lost that game 3-0. They also dropped their set to Rensselaer Poly, also in a 3-0 sweep fashion. University of Ottawa, Grey, they have not yet played a match. This is going to be our first look at them in the NECC. They had a University of Ottawa Garnet team last season who played a couple divisions higher in Champions. This is our first look at their JV team, the U Ottawa Grey squad.
And I mean, as you said, exactly, our first look at them in all senses of the word, as we get a look at their roster coming in. And something I think, when it comes to a brand new team, a team that hasn't yet played, it's tough to draw eyes to any individual player. But I think early days yet, we have to look at Impress on the tank, right? Because it's a singular player. You only have one tank in Overwatch 2 in a 5v5 setup. There's a lot of pressure on that individual, right? There is going to be elements coming in. Can you handle the level of aggression that you kind of have to have as an individual tank now? And that's really why my eyes are drawn to Impress early on.
Yeah, the tank players for these squads, I mean, they have so much on their shoulders, right? They're used to having a duo that can sometimes make a play and bail out their bad play. Now, just so much pressure falls on you. We see teams at the Overwatch League using two ultimates at once, like a Grav Surge and an Ant Matrix, just to take down a Zarya. That's how powerful tanks are these days, because when they're not out on the battlefield, it's almost just a guaranteed one fight if you get that 5 versus 4 against a team without a tank. Looking now at the Marywood lineup, they've got some returners, a couple new faces in Maynut and Sweetly. They're going to be getting their first looks here this season. It's, of course, their third game, but still kind of adjusting to the level of collegiate Overwatch. Marywood, this is a program that's been around the NECC. They were knocked out as the number 2 seed last year in Nationals quarterfinals against the number 7 seed New England College. So this is a team last year that had a very strong regular season and then kind of had their eyes a little too far out in front of them. They weren't looking at their games that they had to play a little too set on the prize this year. Again, they've already skidded to an 0-2 record, but they are looking to just bounce back and get back to that fashion of being a consistent team we know them to be.
Yeah, and I mean, that also kind of sets the stage for the game too, right? For University of Ottawa, it's fairly low stakes as a match, right? You're 0-0, not having played yet. So, coming in, this is kind of a warm-up game for you. For Marywood, it's trending towards a must-win, right? Like, you don't want to start the season off 0-3. That's a really rough place to be. So I think for Marywood, we're really expecting a more focused approach out of the gate, coming in, making their presence felt. And I think that really is going to be the name of the game of the early days or the early parts of this series. As we said, we start on Control, we start on Ilios. I'm going to need to see an up-tempo kind of style coming in from Marywood to showcase that they can kind of continue in presence, especially because they do, like I said, you don't want to go down 0-3 after 3 games.
No, an 0-3 slide would not be the way to start the season, especially for this team that was in the number 2 seed in the regular season last year. They did move up a division. They were in the Emergence last year in the spring, and now they've bumped up to the Challengers. That's a big leap in competition. That's like going from low plat sort of games all the way up until like mid-diamond games. Challengers, especially once the season is in full swing, usually players climb up in the ranks, they don't go down, and the competition is actually sitting around like that mid-diamond level. So quite the leap they made. I'm not surprised to see them at 0-2. It's definitely a learning fall for them. Hopefully by the spring, they're adjusted to this level of competition though.
It's not like they've been, the 0-2 has kind of been like a shutout either. They've taken maps off their oppositions at times, so they're still clearly able to kind of play in here. And I want to draw attention to kind of compositions for a second, because you touched on the fact that Kiriko is available as of today. What that means is, does she kind of substitute into play? And I think from players I've been talking to, from teams I've been talking to, the consensus is mostly yes. She does kind of come in and find some situations, not necessarily as a drop-in replacement for Baptiste, but certainly an analog. And if you are able to kind of hit those kunai and kind of provide the level of damage alongside the cleanse of the Suzu, the protection Suzu, as well as the healing from the Ofuda, I think we can really see Kiriko make more of an appearance. So as we kind of set the table for what these players are capable of, I would expect to see Kiriko come into kind of the rotation for the supports here today.
I definitely expect her pick rate to go up. We don't really see a lot of Baptiste at this level, and I think she's almost a more forgiving Baptiste, because Baptiste, there's so much pressure on you to min-max and heal, do damage, and kind of get in that rhythm that we see pro players execute at a really high level. When you kind of drop down the ranks, you really don't min-max quite as hard, and Baptiste's potential is just skyrocketed in the right hands. I think Kiriko has a lot more forgiving of a healing element to her that kind of locks on, similar to Moira's. And then, of course, her kunai, incredibly hard to hit, but she can kind of climb up, take good high ground position. She has a immortality and a cleanse ability and a get out of jail free card, LaFon. She can fit into the hands of a new player. It's not all about needing to hit those crits with the kunai. She has a fairly forgiving kit for just entering the game, but definitely still a high skill floor.
Right, and I think one of the things you kind of actually alluded to there is that at the higher levels, she's a drop-in replacement for Baptiste, or kind of an analog for Baptiste. At the lower levels, it is more of an analog of Moira, right? So it's interesting that Kiriko has those kind of dichotomies throughout, right? Obviously, Moira, a very forgiving damage dealer comparatively. The healing is about the same, but what Kiriko brings to the table that Moira simply cannot is, utility for the team, right? We talked about the protection Suzu. We haven't even, touched on Kitsune Rush yet. A team-wide buff. It's amazing, kind of in what it brings. Attack speed, cooldown reduction, movement speed, all 3 of these from the ultimate. I mean, yeah, in as much as that we're kind of like expecting to see, Kiriko maybe make an appearance. I wouldn't be surprised also if we kind of trend towards the tried and true of necessarily maybe a Brig or an Ana coming to the fore as well.
Well, the stage is set for Ilios. We're going to be headed into map 1 after this short break. Chat, stick around for the University of Ottawa versus Marywood game. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Short break as promised, ready to hop into Ilios. We had one substitution. Kepcake came in to this game to just kind of fill out a spot. Seemed like one player wasn't quite ranked yet, so they're not allowed to play. But Lafon, let's just get right into it. I'm ready to see Ilios. I'm ready to see Lucio Boop Wars, and I'm ready to see some Genji play because he's not going to be meta much longer, and he's so fun to watch.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. Complete non sequitur. What level are you in the battle pass?
In the battle pass, I think I'm like 38 now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm making my way along. I think I'll end up hitting 80 by the time I need to. What about you?
85.
85. All right, you got more reps in than me.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, I've been playing. I would say I've been playing a lot, but I've been playing. I haven't actually been playing that much. It's been mostly just the challenges, So.
Yeah, the challenges will definitely get you there. It's kind of nice. It's going a lot faster than I thought. I'm definitely not playing the game too much, but still just kind of climbing along. I definitely know I'm at a pace to hit the 80th tier. Still have like 40 days left, so I'm not sweating.
Yeah. Now to the game itself, though. We are going all dive all the time. The only difference being a Sojourn versus a Hanzo here in terms of the range damage, and of course on the back line we're seeing an Ana versus Moira. There's that consistent damage that we're talking about from the Moira, and we'll see if the big antis are able to be landed here as the Ana comes into the play.
And both teams fighting for this natural cover. The pavilion on the side of the objective here as Maynard dashes through for some damage, already at 20% to the blade. But yeah, we do see with these dive compositions, so much is based around brawling for natural cover because tanking and taking space is such a hard thing to do in this 5 versus 5 setup. We already do have a 5 versus 4 here, an advantage, but now negated as a Chu goes down to Long Tree Man, the Hanzo here for the Marywood Pacers. It looks like Marywood has taken the objective first, and they will have no problem holding on to it after that cleanup.
The big difference there, of course, is the bubble lands from Corhex for Marywood to block off the line of sight of Achu, the Ana player, right? And Ana obviously needing that line of sight. Now right back into the actions, you Ottawa Grey not allowing Marywood to really set up here. They want to get right back into the action.
I love the tempo, wasting absolutely no time. Speed boosting out of spawn and already ready to amp that up again. Impress. Getting the kill onto Sweetly. She's not able to avoid the damage from Impress, who's zapping everyone in sight. Already gets a Long Tree Man, and then Mayna not able to avoid the railgun from Chris. Already a very quick flip going back in the way of University of Ottawa Grey. Not sure how this team found such energy after that quick fight 1 loss.
I think they just, they isolated Marywood before Marywood really expecting an engagement to come in, right? Scarcely had the fight ended before you Ottawa were right back into it. And when you're not expecting an engagement, you know, the damage throughput comes in, and you Ottawa Grey, not only do they retake the point, they do so without ultimates, and in fact, it's Marywood who spends. So now you're going to expect to see the Sojourn use Overclock here, and perhaps even a Nano.
Yeah, very good job of Ottawa not to use any ultimates there, making something out of nothing to take the point back. Chris is able to get the headshot kill onto Sweetly. They're not able to avoid the damage dealer on the side of Ottawa as they currently sit in a 5 versus 4 fight. Now a 4 versus 3 as a couple more eliminations are traded. Still no problem here for Ottawa to hold this objective. They've got many ultimates to burn. Kebcake able to get down on Corhex, and Long Tree Man falls there to Impress. I do love how Chris LaFon is just hanging in the back of this objective once the fight gets going, playing the space that Sojourn is given.
That is an ambitious sound barrier that I think was unnecessary because the fight was ended, but they were, I think, a little worried about Yo Christopher staying alive there. So gonna go in with the blade. No defensive utility now to stop it though.
No defensive utility and no nano needed here to cut up Chris. The Butterblade gets it done with the opening elimination, and 4 more quickly follow suit. Marywood has the objective back in their hands.
A little bit of breakdown there from you Ottawa Grey, right? The sound barrier is used to protect the Sojourn, but does not even cover the hit scan in time. So it ends up just being kind of a tempo beat where nothing was happening, and Marywood make full advantage of it by using DPS ultimates. Now though, the Nano Blade is coming in as the combo comes through.
Oh, great sound barrier there by Sweetly. Perfectly timed to save some lives, but still, it expires and the supports are filled. Kebcake comes in, dashing through 2, make it 3, and very quickly, the Marywood Pacers fall in quick fashion as the Nanoblade. Too much to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a response where even the sound barrier is not enough to kind of sustain through. Marywood, they do get that big combo out, so now it's going to come down to the execution of the overclock, which is a significantly, more difficult ultimate to get value out of. You need to chain those headshots together as rapidly as they do charge, and you've got the Primal Rage online from Corex to do a little bit of damage, a little bit of disruption. As you can see, Winston trying to jump in to take some space.
And we'll see what Chris can get up to here, still sitting on that overclock, but falls early in the fight. Corhex closes the distance and zaps Chris back to spawn. This should be an easy fight win for the Pacers, but still, University of Ottawa, they've gotten themselves to 99%. If they flip it back, this one could be the end of round 1.
I mean, we are headed to final fight no matter what, right? With Marywood flipping the point over, there is going to be at least one more engagement that will trend towards that 99% marker. Now, you Ottawa, the win condition has not changed. The only difference is now Marywood has tools of their own, the Coalescence, obviously the Primal Rage for sustain, and yeah, look at a ton of damage you Ottawa is taking on the entry here.
And we'll see if Chris gets the ultimate off in time. Still sitting on that overclock. Spoopy here first to pop the Coalescence. Chris trying to get vicious with the overclock, but Corhex once more spots the damage dealer trying to get frisky and silence him quickly. Impress in the meantime. Primal's down Long Tree Man. Both teams lose their Sojourn here, but it is Ottawa losing 2 more as Kebcake and Achu go down, and looks like they're no longer for this world. LaFon, that one they weren't able to take back. It looked like Ottawa had so much control over the pace of that map, but Marywood did something in fundamentals to make sure that they came away with the win.
A big problem, or a big sort of indicator of control, is those individual fights, right? Those one fights that you kind of need to turn in your favor, because if you do, you can snowball the unexpected wins, because you can snowball into victory. And where that kind of shows up for Marywood is off the fight with the Dragon Blade after the extended sound barrier, or the advanced sound barrier that you Ottawa brought to the table. With that being said, you're able to kind of return economically and start building up a little bit more percentage on the objective. Now, for you Ottawa, I think coming into round number 2 to try and equalize, all they got to do is just calm down a little bit and not overcommit to some of those mid-round fights that realistically they can kind of just retreat from to kind of reset their HP values.
Yeah, and in that last round, it really seemed like Marywood identified a vulnerable target in Chris, and we constantly saw Corhex closing the distance onto the Sojourn, and nobody in Achu were not quite there to peel in time. I'll see this round if Ottawa is able to make those adjustments and patch up a little bit of their sloppy play that caused Chris a couple of deaths. Headcake here gets the first Elam onto Corhex. Both teams, though, lose their tank as Impress falls to main up. The Genji's here, getting active, coming alive a bit to make this a 4 versus 4 fight. It's now in the neutral, but it seems like the Pacers might be conceding some space here. Ottawa might come away with a free cap.
In the close quarters engagement, the Reaper is really strong. It's once you get to the open areas that it falls to all shambles, and there you see the railgun come through, and the advantage is right back in you Ottawa's hands.
And they're going forward, guns a-blazing, foot on the floor, pressing the gas as hard as they possibly can. Impress going crazy right now. This man is sick. He's already cleaned up 3. Make it 4. It is the Impress show as he really comes big up to the table.
And the AoE, I mean, there a lot of the disruptor shot there too from Chris, making sure that everyone's kind of slowed down and sort of held up in the middle of that fight. It's going to be a case now where you Ottawa actually has the advantage economically coming in, despite technically losing the opening fight. So keep an eye out on Achu here for the Coalescence. Going to open it up early, and no response from Marywood.
And once more, Impress able to bounce on sweetly. Corhex taken down by Kebcake, and this fight is already done and dusted unless Maynard can get something going in the backline, but it seems like he has dashed away and retreated for now. Right now, it's Ottawa sitting at 35%.
Dueling Coalescences, but you Ottawa uses theirs first and has a better line through a choke point, so they're going to have an advantage. So now, I mean, eyes on the blade and sort of the beat in response here. It's going to duel from both teams. This fight's over, actually.
Impress does go down to Long Tree Man, almost has that Death Blossom online. A nice little sound barrier there from Sweetly to keep Marywood supported through this fight, and they should get the retake here, still holding on to 3 key ultimates.
Big problem, the big issue kind of there is that Marywood, there is a small window of opportunity whenever a pickoff happens, right? That if you hit the go button immediately, the opposing team is not expecting it. And that is exactly what happens to you, Ottawa. They get the first pickoff onto Marywood, onto the healer, in fact. But Marywood uses that as the go button instead, and they're able to win the fight out.
So much of that does come down to just going immediately to and trying to catch your opponent off guard. Here, Long Tree Man trying to surprise everyone by Death Blossoming, dropping through the window. It's good enough to find the elimination onto nobody. But in the meantime, he's lost 2 teammates. This fight, though, trading rather evenly as the Pacers approach 50%. They still are hanging on to the Dragon Blade. Ottawa will have the overclock and a sound barrier to work with here, but it doesn't seem, LaFon, that they're able to get this objective back just yet.
Losing both supports is kind of a big problem there for you, Ottawa. They just can't sustain, and Marywood are able to extend their lead here. Marywood, though, I mean, this next fight's going to be really difficult for them. Only the Dragon Blade in kind of contest, and while Sweetly might have the boost or the sound barrier online, I don't necessarily know that it'll be available in the early part of this fight where you Ottawa wants to make this overclock kind of go through.
I think if you're Marywood, you try and just charge up your ultimates that are lacking as quickly as possible as Chris comes in now, popping the overclock, already doing a number of damage on the Spoopy Gamer, not enough to quite get the kill. Still, Chris is at large with the overclock, not able to be eliminated. Right now, Marywood playing with awfully low HP, but Sweetly there to bail them out. What a sound barrier to keep Marywood Pacers alive in this fight as they approach 99%. The overtime wick is starting to burn, and Ottawa is playing with scraps right here. It's up to Impress to make a big play with the Primal.
To stay alive in time, it's trying to keep the Reaper in the corner, but everyone runs away. Damage mitigation in full effect, and Impress will have to go off the point for the moment. The Coalescence extended as well. Things are getting from bad to worse here for you, Ottawa.
It is, but I think Impress might have just hung around for long enough for reinforcements to finally arrive. We're still just dwindling down in overtime, but they've finally got some backup here. Kebcake almost online with the Dragon Blade. Quickly, though, Corhex drops a pair, and overtime burns down fast. Marywood coming out and stealing round number 1 from Ottawa. They're bouncing back nicely from the loss earlier tonight, LaFon.
Very, very well done by Marywood in this opening map of the series. We're going to get a highlight in from Corhex. One of the bigger things to kind of highlight, of course, is the fact that the ult combos in round number 2 were just better from Marywood, right? You Ottawa were not able to ever isolate an individual with their damage utilities, right? The Dragon Blade finds no purchase, neither does the Overclock. In that final fight when the beat is significantly far away, 71% may as well be an eternity when a fight is starting. The fact that you're able to extend your survival until it gets online is tremendous. And I think, for Marywood, the survivability, in face of the damage utility of their opposition is a big reason as to why they're up 1-0 here after the first map.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement. Survivability. Impress made a big play with the Primal just to buy time for reinforcements to get back, but I think the biggest play of that round, we can probably agree, Sweetly's Sound Barrier to just support them. Perfectly timed. I was watching the HP bars. It looked like Marywood was sure to lose that fight, but Sweetly able to get that one off and keep the Pacers alive in that fight. They do steal round number 1, map number 1. LaFon, we're going to be headed over to Midtown next. As we already discussed the Battle Pass, you probably have much more experience on this map than me, so what can we expect to see coming up?
Well, I think this map is kind of interesting because you can have essentially 2 different styles work on Midtown, right? You can have a sort of rush composition where you avoid fighting in choke and kind of just try and make your way past that initial train car onto the more open objective where you can kind of stage there, or you can kind of play a dive composition, right, where you set up and kind of, again, try and aggress past that choke point. The key marker here is you don't want to be in that choke point on A for very long. It's a tough place to be, both at least offensively. Defensively, you're trying to slow it down as much as possible. And I think for Midtown here, in terms of like ideas as to what we can kind of expect. The Sojourn is still a really good option. Genji can still find a ton of value, in as much as we've seen it so far. I'm more curious about the tank line though, because we've seen only Winston's in the opening frame of this series, and now as we head to a more hybrid or towards the hybrid map, does Zarya kind of come to the fore here, or do we continue to move to these high tempo styles that the showcase comes in here?
Yeah, both Zarya and D.Va so good at keeping a Winston in check, so we will see if those actually come out to play in this next map. I just want to talk a little bit about the train on point 1, a little public address announcement. Don't defend on the far side of the train. I'm very tired of going into games where you get into a little trouble on defense and then you have to run back through that death choke. It's a trap. Either defend under or just behind that. Make the attackers come through it. It's a lot of new map geometry in Overwatch 2 that players haven't quite figured out yet.
For sure. Actually, one of the the kind of micro plays you can make is the stairwell to the defender side of the train is kind of where you want to have 2 players set up.
Yeah,
usually
absolutely.
The tank and your hit scan, and then kind of set the rest of your team across. So you set a natural crossfire, then retreat behind fire truck. When things kind of go south, if they go south. Overall, it allows you to defensively slow down the gameplay a lot, which on hybrid maps is really nice. I think, we're going to see that evolve more and more as kind of time plays through.
Yeah, and there's just so much space on that far side of the point. On the defender side, like you were saying, you could set up that crossfire. You don't see a lot of defenders go there, especially in the lower ranks of play, but there's so much open map over there to be utilized by a defense or rotated through by an attacking team if the defenders aren't quite there set up. I'm pretty excited to see all of these new maps evolve in competitive play as we go forward through the fall semester, because there's a huge learning curve to this game. Not just the 5 versus 5 tempo, but the handful of new maps, the entire new game mode we have, like you were saying in the pregame. If we get to push, if we get to a map 4, a lot of these teams don't have experience getting the feel of the soft resets you need to capture the tempo of push and where to take fights and when to take fights. There's still so much to learn in Overwatch 2. We're only in week 2 of action here for our collegiate conference, the NECC.
Interestingly enough, we're not actually seeing any Kiriko yet. We're actually even seeing the Baptiste showcased here defensively. So
Yeah, I mean, Achu breaking that out. I'm sure most players here don't have a ton of time on Kiriko. I wasn't shocked to see her played in Legends, but I was a little surprised to see her in Challengers in Game 1 tonight.
still, I mean, Baptiste's still a fantastic pick. And there's that rush past the choke point that we highlighted, just immediately into the thick of things. You Ottawa, great, giving up a ton of space. Don't get the first kill, though.
Yeah, they didn't push onto the point too quickly. Achu just kind of hung back, used Bap's range, and was able to track sweetly and gun down the Mercy, the crucial target to eliminate on the side of the Pacers. And they're setting up exactly where you said, the defending staircase on this side of the train, but they don't have that crossfire going. And we saw Marywood take that fast rotation around the far side of the map. If they clean it up a little bit, that space is there to travel through.
Yeah, going through into the mega health pack room adjacent to the point is kind of the path that Marywood wants to take. They make a selection or a difference, a change here, as Azaria comes in from Pork Chop instead of the Diva. A little bit more brawl as the sleep comes on to Impress, but they'll be up in no time.
A very good amp of the speed boost there to get Impress where he needed to go. Fantastic use of the cooldown there from Nobody. They've already captured both support eliminations here. And if they are able to bail out Impress, this one is already a locked up fight. Very hard for Marywood to come back from this. Lafon, how would you change the Marywood attack so far?
I mean, one of the things there is that players get isolated in a corner, right? And Marywood aren't able to defend. It doesn't help that as they try and, get onto the player that's sleeping and Impress, they end up giving up their backline, which, Keb takes full advantage of. We're going to see Marywood make a change as Spook is going to go over to the Reaper as well, kind of mirror out in the brawl. And they'll have a little bit of advantage in terms of the bubbles, but you need to see a pickoff come in from the railgun here.
And it would be very valuable if they're able to take down Kebcake here. The slam comes through, Pork Chop down, and Pork Chop out. Kebcake there with the Hellfire shotguns to clean up that elimination. The attackers still struggling to find an advantage in this one. Kebcake even pops the Death Blossom there to make very quick work of the support line and may not.
A little bit of a celebratory ultimate from you, Ottawa Gray. In fairness, the Death Blossom does not always find a ton of value, so for a guaranteed cleanup, I don't dislike that ultimate usage there. And Marywood are only now coming into kind of some utility of their own, right? They were forced to change, so Spoopy's now getting to the Death Blossom. What I would expect from Marywood here is get the overclock online, use the Valkyrie to kind of damage boost it to make things a little bit easier for Maynut, going for, perhaps body shots rather than the crits to get those eliminations. There's that rotation I was talking about, by the way. Get into the health pack room.
Yeah, that was textbook how they should do it to just avoid damage. That natural cover is so strong on that side, the attackers just have to take advantage of it. But here we have Ottawa, guns blazing, the speed boost amped all the way up, Impress rolling in deep to this building, the final boss, the one-man army swinging through Longtree Man, making very quick work of Marywood on that close quarters staircase.
Marywood do use the Valkyrie there, trying to get everyone topped up with HP, but again, the Amp Matrix and response and the burst damage is just too high for Marywood to kind of resolve. Now, this is a small window where Marywood can enter as we're in the last 20 seconds. I would expect to see the Nano Boost applied to the Reaper to go for the Death Blossom, just up the damage tremendously. Nobody needs to be quick on the draw here with the beat and not be taken out as they try and cast it.
And this time they're going to be trying to go through the Hell Choke, the train, an attacker's nightmare, but it seems like they've closed some distance here, ready to apply the Nano, but Impress is there with the slam, not able to Nano Spoopy in time, but still popping the Blossom, and it's enough to take down ACU. Nobody also goes down, but unable to make it to the point in time are the Pacers, and Ottawa come away with a full hold here on Midtown.
Yeah, just long enough the fight took in the train. No one could find the mark of the objective, so that'll be full hold coming in for you, Ottawa. A turnaround of epic proportions, no question about it, after their first map. And now all they need to do to even up the series is take that first third of the objective, and I would expect, to continue to see more of this rush-based composition from U Ottawa, trying to survive just long enough to get onto the point and perhaps get 1 or 2 pickoffs to get that first third.
And how interesting is it that Marywood on an Overwatch 1 map looks incredibly clean, wins 2-0 on control. New map, Overwatch 2, they didn't quite seem like they knew how to navigate it in those first couple of pushes. It took them 3 pushes to really go correctly along the far side like you were talking about before this map. U Ottawa Grey, they know how to play this map. They defended wonderfully, impressing nobody, or doing the Lucio Reinhardt thing where you just get in the mix and you do tons of damage close quarters. Marywood had a very difficult time traversing point number 1.
Now for Marywood, it's kind of just all throw everything at kind of the wall and see what kind of goes through, because you have 4 minutes where you cannot allow any objective percentage. So a lot of spam coming in from Marywood here at the Junkrat, coupled with the Discord Orb with the damage boost from the Mercy. And perhaps Marywood trying to just go for a lot of burst damage very quickly, prevent anyone from even getting through this choke point. We'll see if it works out. That's a very commanding rotation from U Ottawa. They don't even give it so much as a glance at Marywood.
Now, wasting absolutely no time. They knew exactly where they wanted to go since scrims earlier this week. Now Marywood has to close the distance here and try and do as much burst damage into this building as they can. But Ottawa's going to come up to this high ground and look awfully threatening with a full HP shield. Chris is going to be set up very well here as Kemcake comes in, flanking on the side. We should see the speed boost here and Impress going guns blazing, and here it comes. Closing the distance now on the pork chop, already fighting for his life. Gets an immortality field, or I'm sorry, an orb, as the immortality field goes down for Impress. It looks like Ottawa's still scrapping together this fight. Chris begins to pop off, finding the Mercy as well as the Sojourn. And this one, the Fawn, already done and dusted. Ottawa just really navigated point 1 the way you should.
Yeah. They have a brawl composition. When you get into close quarters, you have the higher likelihood of finding value. And that'll be a quick response from U Ottawa Grey as they'll even up the series 1 apiece. And an incredibly commanding performance here.
Yeah, a totally different look on this team that just lost Ilios 2-0. They came in. I love how they took the high ground on that building right above point. Impress held up the shield until it began to crack, called for the speed boost, and then they all jumped on the same target. They sent in the Reaper flanking, just dissected the Marywood Pacers defense there. And I'm sure Marywood, again, early in Overwatch 2's life, you haven't had a ton of Midtown experience as a team. This is a VOD review where you can really learn a lot from.
Yeah, and attacking Midtown kind of can be a bit of a struggle if you don't get a quick rotation in. And it's clear that University of Ottawa understands that to perfection. So they were able to stymie any approach from their opposition, and then on their own attack were able to clean things up very, very swiftly. We will see a map 4, though, All Charge. We will see New Queen Street, but that is for the future, as we are 1 apiece here after 2.
And it is the first time. Oh, we're going to a break. All right, I like that. I like that better. All right, and we are back. Alt Charge here alongside LaFawn for this one. You Ottawa Gray, they just tied this one up against Marywood. It's an even map, 1 apiece. Map number 3, we're going to be headed to Circuit Royale next. LaFawn, this map is much more linear, way more straightforward than Midtown. It should be a slugfest.
Yeah, a lot of high ground defensively. We see a lot of snipers show up on Circuit Royale this patch as well. You know, Sigma makes an appearance every once in a while now. With that being said, we've obviously not really seen a ton of variation from these teams. You know, right? Map number 1, it was all dive. We saw Winston both points. Then on map number 2 on Midtown, there was the Reinhardt versus Zarya. So still brawl kind of coming through. If we're gonna go to the poke compositions, that'll be an interesting adaptation. Will be 3 different comps for 3 different maps, but that yet remains to be seen. One thing, you know, we kind of have to highlight though, is that map number 1, as commanding as it was an Overwatch 1 map, one that, you know, teams have a lot of practice on. As we get into, you know, the newer maps, perhaps teams that don't have a lot of experience on, there could be an element of lack of practice coming into the fore, right? This is something that I think we'll have to definitely pay attention to as the night goes on.
Yeah, without a doubt. And like we were saying, Marywood, one of the stronger teams in their division, number 2 seeded in the spring. That was on Overwatch 1. Here, just from our first look at Midtown, it seemed like Ottawa had just heavily scrimmed that map on attack. There was no hesitation. They knew exactly how to use that far side of the map, claim the building, and have complete control over point number 1. It was a very brief look at just the first objective of an Overwatch 2 map, but I think here on Circuit Royale, we're going to see if that is going to be the storyline for this game. If Ottawa dominates here, I fully expect them to dominate again on New Queen Street, but maybe Marywood bounce back. I mean, we haven't seen all the tricks up the bag yet. We haven't even seen Sombra pulled out in this game. How crazy is that?
Yeah, Sombra very, very strong right now. We have seen a lot of Sojourn though, who's also I think power levels quite elite. Combination of the railgun, which is, you know, an insta kill potential, with the disruptor shot and her mobility. All 3 of those you know, are tools that just make Sojourn so very you know, desired as an individual on that hit scan role. So even still, we're seeing some of that play come through. And here's an interesting diversion, is that on this map, we're seeing that mobility showcase once more as we see a head-to-head Winston battle.
Definitely not what I was expecting to see on first point. I could see this composition moving into point 2, but honestly, it could just be this first point catwalk that is usually heavily defended. That's usually where you set up your first defense, but once the fight moves past there, it's very much a low ground centric map. I'm interested to see after this first engagement where fights take place, what the pace of them is, and how the Winstons are able to close in onto the backline.
A lot of space being given up by you, Ottawa, here. Marywood given that first corner with ease, and actually going to force Chris well out of position here with that disruptor shot. That is a lot of damage, but Corhex instead is the one that goes down first.
Chris did a great job there. Very sneakily hit the headshot on Corhex, who was then finished by Striker. Marywood, very fast reset. You went with the Winston, came up empty, reset, go again. Almost losing sweetly here, able to retreat to spawn in time. Very dangerous play for them.
Get out of time though, stays alive, and actually get the elimination onto nobody, so that's a support down. And with a very weak impress, it's a turnaround here for Marywood. They recover in time and chase down the stragglers of U Ottawa.
Recover in time, and the DPS for Marywood take control of this game beautifully. They were so well positioned to just be out of damage, and they set up a crossfire like you were talking about on Midtown. Maynut and Spoopy just did that here on point number 1 of Circuit to come back in to a fight that was pretty much at their own spawn.
Oh, Impress needs to be very careful there not to give away their life for a fight for ult charge they aren't even really going to earn. Maynut has the blade, or will have the blade very shortly. And you'd expect Marywood to kind of hit the go button. They need to capture this objective, and Elastic can contest. I don't think they can actually keep this fight going.
0.7 meters, this one is contested as nobody is removed by Spoopy Gamer, and with Striker going down, Marywood should have this one locked up, and then you get the first point capture with over 440 on the clock. A very impressive bounce back from their performance on Midtown so far.
Ooh, Achu looking really weak there. Both the deflect comes in with a sleep dart, but with the Bionade at their feet, able to keep themselves in contention. Marywood hunting for more eliminations, and only the Valkyrie came in that last fight. I would expect to see the Nano Blade, dueling Nano Blades, in fact, here, as the teams posture up to look at each other.
Neither team has a sound barrier online just yet. Nobody is awfully close, though. Maynut pops the blade here. Nobody's sitting at 97%. In the meantime, the backline already cut up here as Striker comes in with a counter blade of his own. It's 3 picks aside. The Genji's going crazy. Corhex and Impress both still alive as Marywood continue to push this payload forward. But do they have the resources to do it? I do not believe so, as Maynut is felled by Impress, who continues to go crazy with the Tesla cannon.
The bigger deal there is that that's a blade without a nano boost in tow from U Ottawa. Striker comes up clutch in the alt game there. It's a 1 alt win for U Ottawa, which allows them now to use the nano boost onto Impress to kind of extend this fight.
They could do that, or we haven't seen a ton of overclocks nanoed up, but that is such a deadly ultimate in the right hands, especially with the nano boost. I've got my eye out for it here, but it is Impress, the recipient of the nano boost here, makes quick work of Sweetly as well as Spoopy into the back line. This one seems all but locked up for Ottawa already as Marywood begin their retreat.
Really good cleanup there. I mean, in the instance, all that comes down to the fact that Dragon Blade is able to get 3 eliminations without the nano boost. You can just extend your economy into the next fight, and Marywood, forced to invest, just run into a very large, very boosted up Winston. Gonna end the fight. Now U Ottawa, they're gonna have this sound barrier. They're gonna have the overclock themselves. Marywood hoping Corhex can make magic out of Primal Rage that really difficult to find value out of.
Oh, a fantastic opening pickoff there. The support's getting involved in the damage category as Longtree is able to find that pick onto Chris to start things off here. And Marywood coming out in a great response here. And LaFon, what I want to point out is this Primal from Corhex begins to bounce around in the backline like wild. Is that the next time Maynut's blade comes online, he will have the nano. Striker and Achu, they're a little bit more synced up now than they were a few seconds ago, but I was worried that Cycle wouldn't be in sync and they would have to go Butterblade the rest of the map.
Still, that was a very big. Actually, it's Marywood's turn to turn this on ahead because the Primal Rage from Impress, they want to just go right back into the action.
Primal so much more lethal here in Overwatch 2 as Impress begins to just bully Spoopy, but somehow great support play is able to keep Spoopy alive, although both of the supports have been taken down. It's up to Maynut here with a clutch Dragon Blade, able to cut up 4. Fantastic play from Maynut as he goes absolutely insane to take objective number 2 for the Pacers.
Big investment there from Marywood, but one that they absolutely needed to do. They needed to win that fight, and committing to it makes sense. They'll get to that 3rd objective now, one that can kind of get gummed up. And speaking of, a wrench in the works would be a blade, as you expect to see the nano boost come through here onto Striker to open up this engagement.
Not a lot that Marywood could respond with here. They don't have a speed boost to escape or any sort of support resources to really get them through a nano blade. Maynut here does open up the fight with a pick, but now it is Striker's turn to shine as he already cuts up 2. Get this man to an infirmary as he is sick, looking for the 3rd pick of this fight as they start to lock down their 3rd point defense.
That's a fight you absolutely need to win if you're Ottawa, and they do. That's exactly as it kind of goes, right? Good combo from the blade, good mechanics from Striker as well to make sure to not put themselves in too much danger. Now, the problem is, here's the, here comes the overclock from Spoopy, but the trade at least equal. Not out of the fight yet. They want to commit.
They do. They've got decent positioning here to pop the overclock. Spoopy needs to find some value with it quickly. Sweetly actually dies for that res, pays for it with her life. Corhex still the last one left in this fight. Marywood, they had decent positioning going into that fight. LaFawn, what was the problem there?
I mean, a lot of that comes down to the fact that, you know, they were down a player. It was just good focus fire onto Korax at the start of the engagement. So Spoopy comes in with the overclock, sure, but the big, you know, we talked at the top of the show how how tanks are so important in Overwatch 2, and there's a prime example of it. Now, Marywood, Nano Boost, they'll have both support ultimates, but they're playing with, time is not on their side anymore. Only a minute 20 left, and you Ottawa trying to burn away the clock.
Marywood does have a Nano Blade coming online, but Longtree uses that Nano early, and it seems like Impress is needing to make a big play here. Mayna comes in, slashing through a Chew, trying to chop down one more, not quite able to find Striker there, who gets the better of him that duel. The Cyber Ninja superior Striker able to come away and maybe win this fight for Ottawa as they continue to look strong on this third objective, but Impress falls late.
I mean, it's still a really good sound barrier from nobody. So the respawns will come back in, and with 46 seconds left on the clock, this extended fight is going to bleed into last fight territory. You Ottawa only truly have to win one more commanding engagement. This skirmish extending a little bit further is in Marywood's favor, as they'll get nobody at the tail end of it. So you Ottawa waiting for all their respawns to come in and force final fight.
Ottawa has a good amount of resources here in the final 30 seconds. Marywood is going to take a very clutch overclock here from Spoopy as Striker closes the distance on the Longtree, able to get one elimination. The Dragon Blades here on Circuit Royale have gone nuts. Chris is there to gun down two, and the final 10 seconds are ticking.
With a team kill coming in, is there anyone who can even touch? I guess Longtree Man is the first one to come back in. No, everyone will jump forward. Longtree Man will expire, and that will be the final progress that Marywood will make on their offense. As you Ottawa takes them a little bit of time to warm up, but they eventually get the hold on third, and the ult rotation really coming in a big way from the defense at the end of Circuit Royale.
In the last corner, in the last maybe 30 meters of Circuit Royale, everyone knows how difficult it is to take, as there's so many high grounds around the closing of that map, but Ottawa got the stop pretty much before that, pretty much at that final corner. This is very much winnable despite how hard it is to finish this map. Marywood attacked that third point with 4 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. All of that was wiped away to give Ottawa a great win condition here.
Something that we're seeing, actually, there was an interesting adaptation from Marywood at the end, was bringing the Lucio in play, right? Removing the... Part of it was because they kind of had to touch, but now as they go to the defense, Marywood also going away from the Mercy, kind of continuing with the Lucio, going for the near full mirror. The only difference being obviously the Reaper instead of the Sojourn. Perhaps trying to just rush forward, take the fight directly to you Ottawa's face, and make Impress's life quite difficult. I think that would be about what we expect, considering the Reapers here in play.
Yeah, and the Resurrect can obviously be so valuable, as well as the Valk. The Res can really give you a true second chance at a push if you fall a member early, but we saw Ottawa focusing sweetly on the Mercy very well. Anytime she tried to go for a Res, it was stopped. So I think they're just trying to get a little bit more cooldown value out of a speed boost here.
Oh, it's Maynard out already.
Already taken down, and look at the HP. Marywood get bursted down here. Fantastic damage dealing done by you Ottawa as they easily hold this objective for now, continuing to push it forward toward that first objective. A very easy second fight to be taken though for Marywood. They should have no problem getting out of spawn in time.
They will be able to touch the objective. They're going to make wholesale swaps after that very commanding first fight from you Ottawa. Going to the Brawl, right? Bring the Zarya, bringing the Baptiste in. So survivability, very much the name of the game for Marywood. And you Ottawa, their dives are going to get a little bit more awkward. They'll have to go through the Immortality Field. They'll have to go through the damage of the Reaper as well. As the last second contest comes in from Marywood.
Almost reaching the checkered line here is that F1 car as Spoopy falls right near the driver's seat. Striker is 70% to that Dragon Blade, ready to rock and rip it, but still a meter to go here on the point as Corhex holds it down. Full charged Zarya just glowing with energy here, but engulfed by members of you Ottawa.
There's, I mean, the survivability is great and all from Marywood, but if you just burst down a player quickly before even utility is able to be applied, it doesn't really matter, right? The immortality field comes after the first elimination comes through. The bubbles don't really keep anyone in contention. And you Ottawa, another swift fight now. They'll have a nano blade. Still, it'll be harder for Striker to get value this time around. Again, the same caveats apply as the immortality field and bubbles are there.
And Striker coming in here, trying to chop up as many members of Marywood as he can, but an immortality field stands in the way. A Long Tree Man able to take down the Cyber Ninja on the side of Ottawa. Marywood bouncing back here. They will get payload control, and this is a great spot on second point where you're gifted a very nice high ground to defend from, but they're rolling all the way into spawn. LaFawn, what is this? This aggression from Marywood trying to take away from U Ottawa's pace so far.
They'll just warn you Ottawa they're not going to be taking the easy way out. Still, the dive comes back in. You Ottawa not content with the fight just ending. They'll get the elimination. And Long Tree Man, the majority of the heals already gone.
This is the second time this game. First time was first fight on Ilios, where U Ottawa shocked Marywood by getting back into a fight quickly. That was the second time we've seen it done in this match. Striker and Impress and nobody. Amp a speed boost, confirm a target, and they do not miss the mark. That was a beautiful dive right out of spawn from Ottawa.
And another, and keeping everyone alive through the sound or through the graviton surge with the sound barrier from nobody on top of it. So you Ottawa, they dump everything, but they win the fight. Now Marywood, there is still a window for them to contest. I don't know. Not posturing to get close enough though. They look like they're electing to give up space.
And it does seem like they are coming in for a very late contest here, just a few meters to go. They didn't have a tank in the mix to defend sweetly from that elimination there. Nobody finds the second onto Spoopy, and this second point should surely be locked up here for Ottawa. But it's not the first time we've seen a team move into third point with over 4 minutes on the clock. This is very similar to Marywood's first round.
Similar. The only difference is Marywood are not coming near any ultimates, whereas you Ottawa will have a nano blade in tow, right? This is I mean, you're hoping for a big pickup from Spoopy Gamer, from the Reaper on the Death Blossom. At best, that's your opportunity. Was that the sound barrier turned away? The blade, the blade is now. I mean, this nano blade's perfectly free.
It should be. An immortality field stopped it last time. We'll see if it finds more value here as Striker closes the distance onto the back line, and already 2 picks have been taken. Striker there, able to get the better of Long Tree Man this time around. The nano slapped on to Impress, able to start to go crazy into the backline, closes on to Maynut, finds that elimination, and the payload pushes freely the last few meters, and suddenly Ottawa come back after losing Ilios. They've got a 2-1 lead in the series.
Now sit at match point on top of it all, right? They only are 1 away as we head to New Queen Street, another new map. And as we get a highlight from Maynut, which was the 3-player elimination, I believe, on the middle phase with the Dragon Blade. Yep. That's the deny on the sound barrier. A couple of cleanup kills. But I mean, what a tremendous last fight from you, Ottawa. Really no response from their opposition in the last engagement, right? They don't have any response to the blade. Achu doesn't even give the nano boost to the Genji, trusting in the fact that with no support utility to kind of defend against it, that it's able to get kills. And then you give the nano boost to the Winston to clean up. So a good heads up play by the support line of University of Ottawa gives themselves a 2-1 lead here in the series.
Yeah, LaFawn, and again, like we were saying before that map, is Ottawa just more experienced on these Overwatch 2 maps because they came in, they dominated again. They capped the final bit of that map with still 4 minutes on the clock. Marywood went into the third point with 4 minutes, but they weren't set up to close out the game. This is back-to-back rounds, back-to-back Overwatch 2 new maps that Ottawa has handily won. Going into New Queen Street, I think the story stays the same.
We do move to a more brawl-based map, though, right? While you can make Winston work, you would expect to see a little bit more of the Zarya perhaps come in. So there's an opportunity for a response from Marywood for sure. The question does lie in their execution because, as we said, clearly the mechanics are there. Clearly the understanding of the game is there. It's just in some of these clutch moments where you need someone to get an elimination to turn your economy back in your favor. University of Ottawa's had those plays. While Marywood has had a couple, it has not been with as much frequency as their opposition, and that has been really truly the difference in this series.
Yeah, Ottawa, I mean, both of these teams have worked very well together as a team. A lot of these teams, or both of these teams, sorry, have a lot of returning students to them. A couple of freshmen in the mix, but for the most part, it's returners. On the side of Marywood, we've talked so much about how they look a little shaky on the new maps. Now on the new game mode, I think that might actually double down. I'm very worried for this team, even though the map playstyle might move more into their strengths. I think Ottawa just look very good on this new game very early. I think they've put in the work to run away with this game on the new maps. And this is just a map pool. Sometimes there is just a fixed map pool that favors one team heavily. At this point in the fall season, I think this one just favors Ottawa.
It's certainly a possibility. We'll see if with New Queen Street being so stylistically different from the rest of the game to this point, right? We are heading to a push map, obviously a new game mode. And yes, while Midtown and Circuit Royale are new maps, they are at least understood in how you approach engagements, right? So as we head into a new into our fourth map, there is still an element of an unknown in how teams, because again, one thing about push is you have to win fights cleanly. You can't have these staggered wins that you can have in other map types, because you need all 5 players alive as you kind of head into your next round of engagements. So that's going to be the key difference here. Which team can keep themselves winning fights flawlessly, because that's the team that's going to end up winning.
And so much of push comes down to those soft resets, and those are negated by winning clean fights, like you said. Marywood running Pork Chop again here on the tank slot, this time off the Sigma onto the Zarya. A very strong push hero indeed because of her soft reset nature. If she gets out of a fight with energy, she just adds value coming back into this fight. But first fight underway, Striker already dicing down, sweetly getting the first elim here. Already just gung-ho into the backline, trying to find more, but goes down to 3 HP, almost falling there, but the rest of Marywood rather go down very quickly.
Just Maynard left alive, and a Halal Gal will not give them any opportunity to return. As there's another substitute coming in for you, Ottawa, as a Halal Gal will come in on the support line as well. So a lot of substitutes in this run here, as we see a change come in with Pork Chop going over to the Rhine. Now a near mirror, in fact, and by near I mean an entire mirror. But you Ottawa still a hefty lead earned as they took away that first fight.
And we'll see here Impress awfully close to that Earth Shatter. It's definitely going to be the first ultimate unleashed here in New Queen Street. Oh, but he gets just swung through there by Pork Chop, feeling the pressure from the Reinhardt opposition. Pork Chop was just on the Zarya, but stepped up to the table there to take down Impress. Not able to get out with their life, though, as Striker comes through with 2 more eliminations, and the bot continues to push toward the Marywood spawn.
Good recovery from you, Ottawa, and while Impress may have had the first check mark, we'll actually have to wait for the first ultimate, because as Impress went to go for the Earth Shatter, instantly taken down. And now, I mean, Marywood will have an advantage in terms of the fact they have the high ground control. But University of Ottawa still putting aggression to their name. And, I mean, expect a beat, expect a coalescence. Canceled out.
Pork Chop lays down everyone. Earth Shatters everything under the sun. They're only able to find 1 elimination so far, though. Nobody drops a sound barrier, but it's not enough to keep Ottawa supported through this onslaught that Marywood has brought at them. And we've talked about this. Once you lose your tank, it doesn't matter what else you commit. It is so difficult to come back into a 4 versus 5 fight down a tank.
What a shatter from Pork Chop, though. Just laying down everyone, and the coalescence actually being canceled as well. And you Ottawa invest in that fight. They use the sound barrier. They use the blade. They do get Sweetly's, beat in response, but it's not really a favorable trade, because now Marywood with the Dragon Blade of their own.
It was definitely a big investment, that last fight from Ottawa. All they had here was a Death Blossom, but it came up large for them. They've got the bot back in their control. Marywood only sitting on the Dragon Blade. Pork Chop nearing another Earth Shatter.
Now it's Marywood's turn to overspend in a fight they end up losing, because there's the coalescence from Spoopy and the Death Blossom from Long Tree Man as well. And you Ottawa will get back into the bot and continue their push towards the lead.
We'll see what Marywood can get up to here. Still having high ground control toward the end of this map. It is Maynard coming in with the Dragon Blade, trying to dice up Impress. He clings to his life for a little bit, but not able to withstand the blade. Now closing in on final eliminations here, hunting down support players on the side of Ottawa, but they'll run free for now as Marywood collect themselves on the bot and look to push back toward the middle of the map.
Draggle will contest for a little bit longer to get everyone, the rest of you Ottawa, situated for the reset. Pork Chop, I mean, it's dueling Earth Shatters here. Impress has not yet showcased their strengths on the Rhine, whereas Pork Chop has laid down everyone with a 5-man shatter. See if they can continue to make magic here with the big ultimate of the tank line.
It's got to be Marywood's only tool here, but Impress suddenly does impress. That shatter lands for 2 eliminations already, and now chasing Pork Chop here. Pork Chop does get that pin onto Ottawa's Moira, but not able to escape Impress.
What a terrifically funny final moment. It's like bumper cars, right? Chasing someone down at the very end of the shatter. You Ottawa, something else to kind of highlight from this game mode, though, is that you Ottawa don't need to truly win fights to gain the lead. At this point, all they need to do is prevent Marywood from winning 2 fights in a row, because that means that Marywood will never actually gain any progress.
Absolutely, you can lose the fight where Marywood has the advantage, where they have this high ground behind them. You just have to control the middle of the map if you're Ottawa. Control at the neutral, which seems to be their strategy going forward. But, I mean, right now, they're cutting up Marywood like they're nothing. I mean, pretty much no member of Marywood stands in the way. They will collect themselves for one final fight here, but Ottawa is threatening to end this game with plenty of time on the clock.
That was not a lot. Actually, there was nothing used by you Ottawa in that fight. They're going to push towards that 100-meter mark, which we consider the 110-meter mark is what we kind of consider end game on push these days. Still, Marywood walk in with a beat with the blade.
And the blade gets let loose here. Of course, no nano needed, but no eliminations found by the blade. Instead, it is Chris coming through with a couple of elims with the Hellfire shotguns. At the end there, Striker is able to scrounge up a Death Blossom kill onto Long Tree Man. And here, like you said, approaching that 110 meters, they are at the end game phase.
Yeah, they're gonna move the. Yeah, you can see now just moving into the cart. Marywood did get 1 pick off, so you Ottawa will get to that 115-meter mark, and then they'll full retreat to get everyone back in. A good read there on the macro from you Ottawa as Chris stays to the high ground, the Death Blossom in tow.
Chris is looking menacing, pops the Blossom. The supports are down on the side of Ottawa, and this could be it. Marywood though, they're responding. Maynard cuts through 2. Impress goes down. We all know how difficult it is to win a fight without a tank, and Maynard with a clutch play as Marywood had their backs up against the wall.
Still, that's such an expensive fight for Marywood, University of Ottawa. As we highlighted, you don't actually need to win that fight if you're Ottawa. Just make it expensive for Marywood, and then the next one you'll be able to equalize because it's going to be about even in economy. And with that 115-meter mark, you're working with so much space. Marywood only have the sound barrier at the ready, and you Ottawa, they'll have the coalescence a little bit more aggressively.
Just about 3 minutes to play here in this map. Ottawa still has a hefty lead in positioning, and they are sitting on match point. Impress pins through everyone on the Marywood squad, coming up empty though, sweetly having to pop that sound barrier to support Marywood for the time being. They've got no more ultimates to play with here, and someone somehow needs to find an elimination, and it is Marywood. LaFon, they've won 2 fights in a row, it seems, but they still have a long way to go.
The fact you're able to withstand 2 ultimates from you Ottawa is actually pretty tremendous here from Marywood, because the beat really actually ends up replying to both the coalescence and the earth shatter. Granted, Porkchop's the one that defended against it, but I mean, in terms of the raw mathematics of it, Marywood are going to have a lot of big utilities here. The blade, the earth shatter of their own. Porkchop has landed bigger shatters today.
Oh, that one though blocked as Impress stuffs it. Chris and Impress both come up with kills so far. Marywood having to reset quickly as there's just about 2 minutes to play. And this one looks like it could get out of reach if the next fight goes the way of Ottawa.
Oh, they need to keep the Moira alive, and they won't do so. Chris was made to switch over to Soldier to deal with the verticality of Echo. Gets a little bit range damage in onto Marywood's Moira. I mean, Marywood, they have the blade, but you expect nobody to come to the sound barrier in a second. And we're down to less than 2 minutes here.
Blade does come out here from Maynut. Striker pops his in retaliation as well. It's Maynut though with the kills, able to slice through nobody, and Chris Spoopy in the meantime popping the Coalescence as well. And this is where we talk about an expensive ultimate to use. It seemed like Maynut accomplished the task there, and now you no longer have a Coalescent for this upcoming fight.
With that delayed respawn, it's possible. Marywood, there's still a chance for them to kind of find value. They do need to win. I think it's 4 fights in a row here flawlessly. It's really tough. And UAuto is going to get back before the checkpoint here. So this next fight's a must-win for Marywood, and they only have the duplicate.
Marywood doesn't have that forward spawn engaged yet. This one is absolutely crucial to win. Longtree copies the Reinhardt here. We've got a few tanks out on the field, and slams coming through. Longtree is able to hit a crucial one there that Marywood find eliminations off of the back of. Longtree also comes over the top with the sticky bombs to take down Chris, and they've got their forward spawn activated. LaFon, this one is not out of reach yet for Marywood.
Doable. I mean, they still need to win 3 more fights, and this one here, they only have the Earth Shatter. I mean, Maynard doing their best to kind of respond and build up to the Dragon Blade, and a good job of it they are doing as well, as they went from about 50 to 75% in quick succession. But I mean, you've got a tactical visor here in the air. The Echo caught out.
Oh, a great escape from Longtree, man, and Maynard actually comes away with the elimination. And they've got Sweetly popping the Valkyrie as well to keep the team fully supported. A Resurrect coming through onto Porkchop the tank, and Maynard starts to hack like a madman possessed through the backline. Ottawa has already been filled early in this fight, and Marywood have climbed the hill here toward the final objective. This one is still within reach. They've got 2 fights to go to be flawless.
It is last fight here. The winner of this fight wins the map, and Maynard is out of the engagement. Again, a very far respawn, as Ottawa will have 5. Marywood, no Resurrect, are left with 4.
Bot moves awfully slow with the barricade in the way. Porkchop goes down here. They've got to make sure they're able to touch this objective. Sweetly comes in for the Resurrect again onto Porkchop, who's back in the mix here. Still though, Impress able to lay down a slam, able to lay down Sweetly and Spoopy, and Marywood no longer playing in this game with support, and overtime ticks down with ease for Ottawa as they come away with the match win by a score of 3-1 over Marywood.
From an extended lead Ottawa had here on Push, it comes down to the final fight. Marywood making that competitive towards the tail end, but alas, not enough in the final moments. That will be a 3-1 victory as University of Ottawa open up their season with a win. What a tremendous showcase here at the tail end. Maynard will get the clutch play. Alas, not enough to close out the victory, as they'll walk away with an 0-3 scoreline here after 3 games.
That was a very impressive showing, too, by Marywood, who had no control over that game until it seemed like the very final push. They kind of found out a strategy that was working for them. They had Sweetly go back over to the Mercy. Didn't work in their previous attempt earlier in this match, but that time they found a lot more success. It just seemed like they had to move the bot too far. University of Ottawa did such a great job controlling that game for so long that Marywood was just so far out of place, so far stuck back toward their own end that they couldn't quite get it as far as they needed. But, well, fun. Let's talk about the game you have coming up next. It's a Navigators game you're going to be casting with Soav. Did you have any final thoughts here on the game we just casted? Ottawa looking strong in their opening match, and Marywood falling to 3-0 so far this season.
Yeah, debut showcase for University of Ottawa has been tremendous, right? Clearly an understanding of the game in its infancy at that, right? So very, very swiftly coming to the forefront of the performance. And I think for Marywood, one thing we can kind of highlight is that this is not a team that really should be 0-3, because mechanically they are very much in tow or in line with the play of University of Ottawa. It comes down to the macro a lot of the time here for them. So if they're able to tighten that up just a little bit, win a couple of those fights or win a couple more of those engagements, they're right back in contention. And so University for Marywood, I think that's where the future lies for them. Can they bring their macro game just up to par? And I think they'll be a really competitive team here in the Challengers division.
And like we were saying at the start of the map, this is a team that moved up from the Emergence division, so it is a good sign that they're able to really hang in there with teams like Ottawa, able to take maps, I believe in two of their losses, two out of their three losses. They did get swept by RPI, but still, they're hanging around. They're learning the game at this level. It's a very good sign of things to come because, of course, nothing really matters too much until we get to spring. That's when nationals come out, and that's when you're playing for pretty much all the marbles. Everything is dedicated toward that part of the season. Right now, new game, learning phase for Marywood. I think they look great despite being an 0-3 team.
Yeah, and again, it really does come down to that kind of understanding of the macro. When you've got that, you can put it together, the mechanics together with the strategy, and you've got yourself a winning formula. University of Ottawa, they're the ones that are able to complete that in their debut match, but they'll walk away with a 3-1 victory here over Marywood.
Very good showing by Ottawa. We're going to step back, or I'm going to step back. LaFon will remain on the mic for our 11 p.m. game. He'll be alongside Soav, but it's been a pleasure casting with you. We don't get a lot of opportunities to do it, but I think it went pretty good. New game, new duo here, and it was a lot of fun. Good luck on the next game with Soav. You guys should have a great Navigators game ahead of you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. See you, chat.
Hello, hello, one and all. Welcome on in. We're here at NECC. It's the last game of the night. We are week 2 in Overwatch. I'm Dan. I'm here with LaFon. And LaFon, we had a great game for closing this out tonight. We got the University of Arkansas Black bringing it in versus Hastings College. And both of these teams looking for a win. Both of them trying to come up with something good here.
Yeah, 0-1 for both squads. They actually lost it the same way too, 1-3 here in the early part of the season after week 1. So still, looking for that first victory, trying to get in terms of their performance. And you want to get in as early as possible. So especially here as we get into a new game with new heroes, new maps, all sorts of new things in Overwatch too. So tremendous stuff as we get a look at Hastings' roster. And here's something to kind of keep an eye out. 2 supports, a DPS, and 2 flex players. Yeah. So a lot of movement perhaps available to the players tonight.
Yeah, this Broncos roster goes pretty deep. We'll catch the other side here for University of Arkansas. A lot of fresh talent in these freshmen and sophomores. So I expect to see a lot of new, learning across the board from this University of Arkansas Black team. It's Navigators. We're all still trying to grow and get a little better. So given that, it's going to be interesting because you have this really big flexy team. And you have this fresh team looking up, and as you can kind of see, they're both sitting a little bit near the lower end of that. Hastings down at 7 and UARK down at 9. But as you kind of said, they both lost the same way, so it's really, really hard. Like, this isn't a great indicator, but know that they are near the bottom.
Yeah, so still, as we said, that being said, it is still early in the season, right? So 1-0s versus 0-1. There's a lot still left to play for, a lot left to fight for. Speaking of new things, though, look at this. 2 Kitikos on the board as we get started here on Garden of Lijiang Tower. Symmetric teleport to the point here for the Hastings Broncos as they'll get to the objective first.
Doom on the triple. Try to get a punch and try to find the environmental there. We'll let it go on the full got a relay. We'll go down there. Still just fighting and holding the position on this bridge. That would be a punch off finally the Doom. And Scrooby coming in to help lead up and take that positioning. We'll get first control of the blitz. Just looking to clean this up here from the side of Hastings.
We're already seeing the benefit of kind of the mobility that is brought in with the Kiriko, right? Able to come with the teleport onto the objective. Get the heal in as well as the Suzu for their team.
You are correct. They're coming in. Look like they're going to try and take a little bit of pressure back. Still just kind of poking. They're going to come in on the side of the white repair. They're going to be back right away. That pressure in will catch the punch from that fast fire straight out. We're trying to make some space. And that early cleanse coming out. Still too, the pressure is on this. It may be going dangerously low. Just can't seem to get a little bit of space. The defense goes in and is walled off immediately. There's no hope. That power block comes in, and the meters for 2. They still want to come into the fight. No trades come in. And there it is. Hastings comes up huge and Doom finds 2 after all of that done just to clean this up.
Doom living up to their name tremendously there as they're able to get in and sure, caught in behind the Maywall, but it's less of a trap for the Doomfist and more one for the University of Arkansas as the meteor strike was kept in tow. And now a full reset has to come in for the University of Arkansas. They are a little bit limited on resources here in this next engagement. A very early Suzu to get across the open air. And now we're going to see a Kitsune rush here from University of Arkansas to open things up. But that's in play against a Death Blossom here and a Kitsune rush of Hastings.
That is, there it is. There's the Kitsune rush. No, it might be the swinging for that life. Coming out huge choice will be a minor inconvenience there. Screw will take out that advertising to make this open. But you finally find something with that primer. Looking for more, and the Hastings not going to give in any much more. Just decided we're losing this fight. Let's save our resources and come back into this. And you are right. We'll get it. We're still going to be a little bit contested from the Doom. Come in and just try to buy a little more pressure for a punch. Those find some. And Mikey comes up big too, just to clean it up. And the out will be a point flip for New York.
That being said, this is now last fight for Hastings, and they have 5 ultimates because they have not spent anything. Doom coming back in onto the meteor strike at the tail end of things. So, going to be a very explosive next fight here in this engagement, as there's 9 ultimates available to the side of both teams.
And that's going to be the first one that's going to wall opening it up. Already spent. Don't have to dispense. Get that out of the way with that meteor strike. Meanwhile, Doom plans. Doesn't manage to find it, and his turn right comes in big too. Wizard is out on. Does it catch anybody? No, there's no one home. The storm falls and it catches one, but no kills comes through on it. Hastings Broncos come up big. There's the stars to go, and they will flip this LaFon. Can they time. Is there going to be a touch?
I mean, Simply Mikey has to give up whatever all charge was earned and switch over to the Winds to try and get back in, but there's the Death Blossom in time.
No.
Jump will go wide, and Simply Mikey makes it not to the objective. Hastings will close out the round and take the first lead of the series in pretty commanding fashion.
Yeah, that was very dominant looking. Had a great sense of control over their own ultimates and the pace of the game. They were able to set up really those fights where they want here in the control center. Do you think it's going to be a different story? Is Doom going to maintain this Doom here? I mean, we've seen the Reinhardts get played here, and you can see Mikey going over to the Zarya. Do you think they stay on this for the Broncos?
I mean, I'm going to hazard a guess and say that Doom will likely end up playing just the Doomfist.
Yes, the old noted Doom one trick, as it were. Chipsa would be proud if they were here, but not today. So no changes for the Broncos, and you are Black. I mean, I like the Zarya pick. We all know how strong she is.
The one difference here is that Saturne is going to have the Junkrat here, right? So a lot more spam damage. And so, yes, while the Zarya will have a lot of ability to get high charge, there's also that element of having to use the bubbles aggressively to just keep themselves in play with how much damage the Junkrat can put forward.
Speaking of aggressive, that field came out a little bit early, but that's what it is. The punch will come in and catch Dawn out just a little bit. But Hastings has the advantage. They have the positioning here. Come in and clear a little space before that concussion mine goes out. Wraps him around, but no picks yet. They'll get control of the point here. There's still plenty of time. No one falls. The ice goes to the head. Does find one, so still looking for space, and it's going to be slowed up for the clock. Oh,
Gummed up in the works for a moment, but then with Ramen taken out and the Immortality Field being destroyed, this is looking less and less likely of a fight for University of Arkansas. In fact, Doom comes in with the remaining cleanup. They'll extend their lead here on the objective in round 2.
17% climbing. It's still hungry once more. We'll get the power block eventually, going to keep that up and get out. But the Kiriko on the other side will find their counterpart. I mean, it's still tough for UR Black to recover, and they have to get a full reset here.
I mean, they're posturing for an aggressive fight, though, right? Dawn of Athena trying to come in with the Baptiste just to farm up, try and get closer to the Amplification Matrix. But Doom once more makes their presence felt.
Oh, power block in, but look for more Black's punch. Not really wanting to commit. Goes a little bit too there. Trying to find the character. Will eventually get that bubble out. There is the Meteor Strike. Where is it coming? There it is. We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll help with it. And all the way to the spawn just to clean up the last one. Hastings 53 and climbing on the board.
With how swiftly Doom has been building this Meteor Strikes, that behooves them to actually just kind of use it off cooldown, right? And there's a good aggressive fight from Hastings. An early switch this time for University of Arkansas. They don't stick with the Zarya, going over to the Winston instead. They want to try and play a little bit more aggressive with the tank line, try and get them into the back line as they'll open up with a Kitsuna Rush here in this fight. And I mean, this is a must-win for University of Arkansas because it's nearly last fight here on the map.
Is that is correct. Mikey is posturing. There is the Kitsune Rush. Is anybody going to get it, take advantage of it? There is the time for Mikey. Will put in. Immortality comes out. Will destroy that. It's not there to balance that out. Looking, the ults are coming out wide, but no real kills yet. There is the Immortality Field. The is gone. And still you can see a Royal Light coming in, trying to find any sort of value. Looking for those headshots. Streak is the one that comes up. The holy hand of the Death Blast looking for it. They don't even need it going to Stefan. It is rolling over to 99%. And do they even need it for Hastings? There it is. It's just the victory dance for the Broncos, ready to send it back and make a message here on map 1.
That is going to be a very, very strong performance. Only 32% earned on the entirety of Lijiang Tower for University of Arkansas. The Broncos making quick work of Lijiang Tower, mostly off the back of some pretty stellar performance here from the Doomfist.
Gotta give it. Yeah, there's that first Meteor Strike. I mean, that was... You were trapped with the... Doom was not trapped. You were trapped with Doom there for certain.
Indeed, indeed. And I mean, listen, I will also say, though, this is Control.
Yep.
Control often plays to the favor of a highly aggressive, highly mobile team composition. So it is not yet the death knell for the University of Arkansas. I mean, expectations here coming into map number 2 is that they'll be able to play a little bit more aggressively in response to some of the showcase that Doom was brought to the table. And I will say, Sombra is still very viable.
Yeah.
And Sombra can really make some tanks' lives difficult if you hack them off cooldown, especially considering that Doom really revolves around the mobility of their abilities. And so, you know, if you were to interrupt one of them, they become a 1.75 seconds is oftentimes enough to really ice a Doomfist out in the cold.
Considering you usually see Doom in these kinds of dive comps, it was kind of interesting we didn't see the Sombra come out. And like you said, considering the strength, I would be remiss to think we're not going to see it in the downline, but they've kind of shown they don't even need it. They've got plenty of talent on that roster already, and going into map 2 here, I mean, do you think they really need to change it and bring in this Sombra?
Well, I mean, for University of Arkansas, you kind of, I think that's probably where you're glancing at next, right? In terms of what you're able to bring, just because that, the interrupt into Doomfist, can be enough of a window to give you an elimination. So, that's where I think you maybe want to look at kind of switching your composition, especially because with how aggressive Doomfist was in the first map, you would expect that performance to be at least equaled on some of the upcoming looks in this map. As we had, I mean, map number 2, we already know it's that map pool for this part of the season, and we're going to Paraíso next. Doomfist still really strong, highly mobile on that first objective, can really do a lot of work.
There's still a lot of high grounds, you're right, and I don't see that the Broncos really need to change much. They looked very dominant, but like you said, there's kind of that curse for control maps, right? It's very easy just to win control and then kind of phase yourself out for the rest of it. So I think you said it, getting Doom is under control is going to be a big part. And considering the other kind of powerhouses we've seen from the DPS line, we've seen a lot of Sojourns to go along with that. Do you think that may be the other option? Maybe try to bring in like another powerhouse, like a Sojourn or a Zarya to kind of get those other parts?
I mean, Sojourn is certainly a very viable character right now. She's very strong. Her disruptor shot can really, provide a lot of space for a team to kind of work with. It doesn't have to be an either or, to be quite frank with you. You can run both. There's 2 DPS slots, so that is a possibility. I will also say, though, Sojourn takes a little bit longer to get online, comparatively speaking, and that is something to keep in mind, right? You need to charge up the rails, and in the opportunity cost of it may not be enough when a Doomfist is kind of diving your backline, back to back to back to back. So that's another thing to kind of consider as we move forward.
I agree with you completely, and we're seeing a lot of the newer maps here going into the future rounds as this, so that's going to be a lot of something else to consider too. Is how much time have we really spent into these new maps? How confident and how prepared are you for Paraíso? Because you may not feel confident on the map itself, but you might feel confident just with your comfort picks, the things that feel good, and whatever you've put in your scrim blocks on, and that may be something you might have to fall back into, especially for the side of University of Arkansas here.
Yeah, and especially with Paraíso, because Paraíso, I think, is like it's one of it plays very differently than most hybrid maps in Overwatch. Anyone who's played the beta is kind of familiar with that style that Paraíso brings. The other thing to highlight is Paraíso changed slightly from the beta to live. On the first objective, there's a pathway through the left side of the choke from the attacker's perspective.
Yes.
So a little bit of a map change that gives the choke point more ways to get around it. It's still very difficult to assail that high ground on first, and I mean, if you can defend against that, that might be an opportunity for whoever ends up being the initial defender to kind of showcase their prowess, and give themselves a real chance at taking the map.
Yeah, and considering that the Broncos are already up 1-0 and both teams are looking again for that first victory, every map is going to be important. Both these teams tied, like you said, down to the map pool. They're both sitting lower. So even if you don't win this, even attempting to draw this out to 5 to 6 maps if possible, drawing it out as much as you can is going to be important, considering we're in a bit of a shorter season here at NECC.
Yeah, a side effect of kind of starting a little bit later due to the release date of Overwatch 2 means that, we're playing a lot more games a lot more quickly. A couple of substitutes coming in here. Ghost Beans is in, as Lazy Sloth will take a step back. And Cat Clone comes in as well, as Screw kind of takes a backseat as well in this one for Hastings Broncos. And Hastings will defend first here on Paraíso. So you can see yet again the Doomfist showing up.
Yep. They are looking at the Doom. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. As well, the Doom is going to come in and get themselves virtually out. Just trying to buy this corner a little bit, and that'll force out the mortality field a little bit earlier. Coming in and pull it in to get caught up by the brig, have to back themselves up the headless, try to buy some space there. The Doom going a little bit deeper, does find one, and the Cap Clone will also follow it up on that Sojourn. And it looks like it's just going to be back to the drawing board for University of Arkansas.
I mean, the style of play that Hastings is kind of doing right now is they're posturing Doom in line of sight of the entirety of, the opposition of University of Arkansas, and then using the power block. And University of Arkansas rightly try and burst down the Doomfist, but are often not quite getting around the HP that Hastings is throwing at them, and then they get the empowered punch. With that mechanic of charging up the punch, which is giving a lot more stuns over to the Doomfist, which University of Arkansas can't quite reconcile as of yet.
No, all that you can see, they brought in all these different things out of the Junkrat just to try to keep Doom in control. Really, but there he is. He's in your backline, and that will be once they disrupt the field. Doom is already in, coming in, will draw the attention away. Catch a lot of that. This turn just finds two, and the back, and this double hit scan from the side of the Broncos just looks impenetrable here.
A fun little point to mention about empowered punch as well is that it doesn't expire until you either use your punch or die. Right, so you can use power block and then get out with your seismic slam. And then, when you're re-engaging, you still have the empowered punch, and you are such a threat walking back in. Something that Doom has done quite tremendously early on.
They're going to send out that disruptor field. It's going to try and get that. And they bring in the Arista here just to try to get a control of this high ground. Looking for a moment, trying to see if they're not spot. Get into the back. Sailor head goes and puts rail guns and that's straight in the face. No aim required. Wolf line 2. Still looking for more. Have they even noticed there's a third pick by 2? The shot still coming from Sailor head, but they're back in spot already. And again, the disruptor field just looking for more. They are hungry. And the Hastings Broncos looking like they want to keep this on the full hold here.
Saturday will escape for the moment. There's another empowered punch set up. The Doomfist glowing pretty brightly there. And that's 3/4 of the time taken off the clock here for University of Arkansas as they, now are trending closer to that last fight. They've made a switch over to the Orisa, but you need to find a pickoff here. You really need to shut down the Doomfist. Doom has just been getting away with murder at this point.
Yeah, and you are the sleep catch one. So that's one out of the way. The Doom finds one into the backline, and you are back with all these ultimates offline. Just can't seem to find any time to use them. Doom's too busy getting there. We will get the touch on the point to try to pull some attention, but what is left? The Arista just trying to hold their ground. So this means has been terrible. Look how far they're going to go over the field to consider us too. But meanwhile, Capco to the back of the huge with 3 just to try to close this out. 30 seconds of the hospital. What does York Black need to do here? They're running out of time and answers.
The tremendous, it was just tremendous performance by Hastings to actually execute, and they keep resources in the bank. They don't overcommit, so now they have a nano visor in play. University of Arkansas, they need this Riptire to just get at least 2 eliminations, and then perhaps try and clean up with like an overclock or a terror surge here from the Orisa. Easier said than done, no mistake about it, but that's kind of the play of the game here.
Oh, Maze comes in at that nano visor in the line, and meanwhile, Uber guys are fine. The overclock of their own. There is a finally falling, but there's no pick on board, and that will be the full hold coming in the farther side of the Broncos. Just a lone loose unit to hold the point.
That's the Riptire, but there will be no one else to follow up after it, so no matter how many eliminations it gets, it does not even get any. That will be the hold here. University of Arkansas still hunting for their first real capture on this series. And Hastings Broncos now 1/3 of an objective away from taking a commanding series lead. As, again, just a tremendous full hold there off the back of some aggression by Doom on the Doomfist.
What do you do here, LaFon? Like you set up your team to have the pieces to kind of shut down this Doomfist. You started with, all the junks. You have the Junkrat, Junker Queen. You're bringing in all these pieces that can realistically shut down Doom, but nothing really came together. What is the answer you've got for them? If you're a coach, what is the answer here?
In truth, a lot of Hastings Broncos game plan revolves around Doomfist kind of being the focal point, right? So as hard as it might be, the actual solution here is to ignore Doom. Like, don't shoot at him, don't really go for anything like that. Just go to the backline, get to the objective type thing, right? Like, that's kind of what you have to do. Unfortunately, that's a little bit of, hindsight at this point, because that train has long gone on Paraiso. Hastings, at worst, they're playing for a draw here, and with how aggressive they are and how much now this favors them, you have to think that this is likely going to be a second map over to Hastings.
Well, We'll know in a couple seconds as we open the doors and get out there. And Saderne, over on that Sombra you were kind of looking at over earlier, just the more information gives Doom the chance to get in a little bit deeper. But there's a pick already. Doom down first. So first of all, that's a bit unusual. We'll trade it out on the side, so it's still anybody's game. But there's presence on the pilot bot. They have already set that up. Ramblin just gets picked by Catclone. Is it over already? Is it too late? It's the easy headshot by Saderne. And Lincoln, you'll miss the bot. It's done here.
Yeah, they get one onto Cat Clone. It's still possible, actually, with Simply Mikey getting another elimination, but it's become really scattered, and with the remaining members just falling to shreds, that'll be it. Last player will be taken away, and no one else can recontest. University of Arkansas will drop map number 2 as Hastings on their first push of their offense. They drop a player. They drop 2 players, in fact, but will end up winning the map in its stead. Doom will get a second highlight of their game. That is an interesting
Wow.
yeah, just caught in the background. And I mean, here's that play. Look, comes in, holds the power block, doesn't even need to at this point.
No.
And just cleans up the remaining members.
Makes it look easy, considering how much we've kind of heard. And if you've been paying any attention to the Overwatch 2 sphere, any of the pros, they've all kind of sat here and listed Doomfist as this low hero. It's hard to play, hard to get value of, but it's fascinating because Doom is making it look so easy and so reasonable just to get value. I mean, is it really that difficult? Is Doom just making it look easy here, or is there something that we all just missed?
I mean, Doom is making it look a little bit, more streamlined than perhaps is apparent, in other situations. But also, the rest of the team is enabling the Doomfist to kind of find value. Giving resources. We saw a couple of times where I think the protection Suzu was used to cleanse like anti-nades and sleep darts that were applied to the Doomfist. So certainly a case of Doom playing very, very well, understanding the mechanics of the character quite well, but also an element of the team supporting the tank. And really, that's what competitive Overwatch is about. So in all essences, it's a team playing well together.
I don't disagree with you, but I don't know about you, LaFon. After that intense play we've seen so far, I'm going to need a break. So we're going to take 5 minutes, come back, grab a drink of water, stretch your legs, and see the back half of this game when we return in a few minutes. Welcome back from that short break. It's a match point here at NECC. It is week 2 in the last game of the night. We've got University of Arkansas Black versus Hastings University. And Hastings, the Broncos up 2-0, looking to close this out.
Strikes me, so if they were a little bit biased here on the camera, what with all the red.
I mean, it's not like we planned this. It's not like we thought about this. It's not like we have the script. We're not leaking any sort of a script here in advance. Trust me.
I mean, listen, I dye my hair based on the color of the team that I think is going to win. It's that simple.
Look, I agree with you. I randomly happened to pick this shirt out of my closet this morning, and just because I'm happen to be following a red team in the Broncos doesn't, absolutely meaningless. But what isn't meaningless is where we're going next, because we've got a payload map next, and well, we're not going to Junkertown because that kind of needs a break. It's a little too far away, so we're going to go to 66 instead.
Route 66, and unfortunately, Route 66 I think is probably a little bit less pleasant for University of Arkansas here, because Doomfist I think finds a little bit more value on Route 66 than they would have otherwise on Junkertown. So, it's a little tough here. We do have a couple substitutes coming in. Moon Knight steps back in as Ghost Beans takes a step back, and Lotus Shark comes in for Cap Clone. So those are the two substitutes coming in this regard. And I will say the one thing to highlight as well is both these teams are 0-1 with a 1-3 score line in that interim. So far in this series, it is a 2-0 for Hastings, and the way they've gone that 2-0 has been quite commanding. 32% total given up on Lijiang Tower in terms of control percentage, and then no percentage given up on Paraíso. So, I mean, for University of Arkansas, it's an uphill climb because they need a reverse sweep at this point to try and take the series in their favor.
And it's still not impossible, like you mentioned. 66, not exactly the known Doomfist map here. It's still very possible to try to win anything. And the University of Arkansas showed us quite a few varied looks. They weren't unwilling to make changes. They were very happy to try to adapt, but it just seems like they couldn't really find the solutions. And I think part of that we gotta kind of give this up to is the addition of Kiriko, right? Because Kiriko is really enabling Doom on that Doomfist to just kind of absorb the amounts of CC that's being thrown at them.
Yeah, I mean, with the move obviously to one tank, there's no off tank necessarily, so you can't use that to kind of peel and cleanse your tank. So now with the support that has that ability, in that protection Suzu, you definitely can be a little bit more aggressive, right? Take sleep darts, take anti-nades, and still manage to get out. And obviously, all that with Kiriko rather not being in danger herself, and that is, I think, the key difference. So, to that end, it is being Doom being enabled a little bit more than otherwise would be expected. But I mean, we need to see a University of Arkansas come in and just provide a level of clarity, just some stun, some way of avoiding Doom's, pressure and presence to I think give themselves a chance in the series.
Yeah, and we've been following this Doom path and this viewing for a lot of this, and it's so interesting to see how just deep and how much trust they have in their team. He really feels like he can just go deep and know that I'm going to be covered, and I think that kind of needs to be exploited in some ways. I like the pieces they brought in, the Junker, the Ana, even the Junker Queen a little bit. I kind of think you maybe even just go a little bit further. Maybe it's time to bring in the full hog and just kind of say, all right, when you come in, we're just going to hook. Make sure, if you power block, we're going to hook you right out of it. We're just going to do whatever we can to punish that. And that may be, nobody really wants to bring out the hog, but sometimes that may be the answer.
I mean, the Orisa is also another option because the Javelin goes through power block, it stuns them out of it. There's a lot that can kind of be used here. So a lot of this is going to come down to make sure Doom cannot get value from power blocks. They don't get the empowered punch. So, he doesn't come in and, absolutely cause havoc in the backline of your team. It is a bit of a flow chart for, University of Arkansas's success rate. But, I mean, in this instance, you kind of have to use that as an opportunity for success.
Big man himself, the hog.
Just in case.
And the Sombra.
And the Sombra too, yeah.
So yeah, Doom is going to have a lot less, a lot less fun for sure in this map than he did in the previous two. There's that early rollout. Here's the Sombra, goes for a little bit of a spy check, then dodges the hook. So far, rotation's been okay for Doomfist.
Yeah, just eyeing it up, just trying to see if that hog is playing from the top of Big Earls. Well, then he dives in immediately. It's blocked there. That's what we're looking for, was that punish. Tried to hook it, then maybe didn't quite let him get away, but meanwhile on the backside, the Genji falls. And so the pressure is on. Rumbin is going to just hack that and try to follow this space. Will eventually get caught up. The pressure might just go up. Doom gets traded in the meantime. Not the target you were expecting to maybe fall there. He does find one, and cooler guy Eli tightens and follows it up. So this will be a hold here from Big Earl.
Doom makes a switch off of the Doomfist. I mean, it's tough to kind of play Doom into what University of Arkansas are running. So credit to Hastings for making a quick change. It didn't work the first two fights. Now get off of it and go to something else. And Saturne as well. She'll move over to the Cassidy here. So a little bit more mid-range damage, so to speak, and already doing a ton of work. Walks up straight to cooler guy Eli and gets an elimination.
That Doom following again. The pieces are coming together. We'll get eventually forced out. Have to keep a breather there. Come back for more. But Saturday is in the back line, and they are just on that map. He's looking for the completion. Doom will find their counterpart in Mikey, and the cart will continue to move.
Look at the confidence there from Aurora Light not to use the Suzu, expecting everyone to stay alive.
Big nade there comes in. Donovan Athena just going to try and counter that out, and Eli will find one. The cart's still rolling the whole way through, though. They have the numbers here to press this up, and it looks like there's just the one kind of holding out. Doom does find one off screen, though, and they're going to push back here. Doom prep goes in. Russian might just keep himself safe. Looking in, and there goes one. The Jugger is out, and the tactical visor is in. Moving hook does eventually find one. Headless following it as one of their own, and the visor will put an end to that run right now.
Comboed with a nano boost is what allows that to kind of go through not only the damage amplification, right, for the tactical advisor, but also the mitigation, because Doom gets the hook in onto the soldier, but the one-shot ability is not there due to that 50% damage reduction you get. So a good tactical advisor there from University of Arkansas, and they'll hold for the moment, and I mean, for the first time in the series, have given themselves a real chance, as they're now down to a minute half here. Although Rambin gets eliminated off of another headshot here from Cassidy.
I mean, it comes out. It's pulled out of it. The Saber is in. The cleanse comes out just to say that it's not available for the Hawk there. But Doom is going to hold the Hawk, and it's just there. Just finds one and more. Fuller guy Eli will look for clean this up and try to put that out there. But Doom is having a field day at the park. Just uncontested and unchallenged, is able to get it just before the line. There's still a contest. Stick will fall, and that is going to be point A capture.
Still, that was a lot of time taken off the objective from University of Arkansas, and it allows now a reset to come back in. They're going to have EMP, amplification matrix as well. So there's tools to work with here at University of Arkansas, and certainly a much more commanding presence given by University of Arkansas at this point in the game.
Yeah, they're having to force them out of this arguably less comfortable spot. And the Hog, the Sombra, almost getting found out, will eventually get caught. And Rembit already down. The first pick has fallen from Lotus Shark. Those are still on the board. She'll be back before you realize it.
Simply Mikey hunting for a hook. Doesn't quite find it. And neither does Doom, actually.
Oh, the sleep comes in there, though. That applies some time and space. The card's still rolling through. No real contest coming in from the side of UARC, and they are just kind of looking, and they're just giving it up for now. There's the EMP. It catches several. Bodies to prepare him off with it, and that is all she wrote. The cleanup will come in.
And Immortality Field as well, just to make sure that the tactical advisor can get through. I don't think the Cassidy here is going to be very much left alive.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
The pocket was there. Saturn a valiant attempt, but she is not going to be given an elimination there. And catches Lotus Shark on the way out. So Hastings going to be forced to reset. And Rambin has gotten off the Sombra now over to a Reaper, as Doom also makes a change. So we're a little bit more, hero selections being forced now from the Hastings Broncos compared to earlier in the match. And I mean, the Reaper against a Roadhog, very strong. Sigma gets to play a little bit more range, a little bit more distance, and a little bit more survivability. So it's a good change here.
As Sigma is going to try and focus down, will eventually get Rembit over on that flank area. Not quite really able to get it. Hard still being contested with gonna happen. I knew it's thrown in. Does not get slapped, unfortunately for Saturday. Will lose that for it. The immortality field force vitality is big. Taking a breather there, just keep himself up. He is going to try to contest. And they will eventually just crank that whole hop out there, try to get some value, but really nothing to be not trying to put it. Where that pitch just can't get into position. Hops comes out too, and Duke will find at least some value, and eventually gets in there trying to pull the hop out of the way. Finding the space with those orbs, doesn't find anything, but the rest of the team Hastings will come up from there. Eli finds one on the way off, but I don't think there's too much there to really do them a favor.
Tactical advisor going to be used here by cooler guy Eli, but there's literally no way to kind of even deal damage as everyone hides behind the Sigma's shield. And that'll be the second point captured. Still, again, another point where UARC gets a little bit more time off the clock. They're going to make some more switches here for third, as it's only 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the objective timer. Hastings don't have so much to work with, right? These fights have been so inexpensive. And I mean, you're looking at 4 ultimates here in this next fight.
And they're just going to start by kind of giving the Winston a little bit of a hassle, making up really getting the space they're trying to take, and it's just a bit of a struggle there for them. It's often going to try to fight that with them. Eventually, the dive will come in, but the Corvus is getting stunned out. Hunter will find one, though. That is going to open it up for them. The card to continue to roll. Cleanse comes in. Just kind of keep everybody up, make sure no one dies there, and the card will continue to roll.
That's another ult-free fight, so now Hastings get the Gravitic Flux online as well, and that'll be full 5 brought to their attention. I do not envy Simply Mikey here, not at all.
Not at all, but the high noon comes out. Will just looking for space, does eventually find 2 though, and that is huge. That's enough to win the fight and keep it rolling. It's 10-player kill streak over there for Saturday. Just uncontested, 1 more for the road, and that'll be it for 66 minutes to spare.
A minute 5. It's not necessarily the most extreme time bank, but still a respectable showing. And for Hastings, I mean, in that final fight, you have 5 ultimates, right? It really does come down to just don't get in your own way, because your opposition has nothing to respond to it, right? Like, I mean, you see University of Arkansas, their closest ultimate was the Nano Boost at 70%. And, I mean, when Hastings has all 5, it really is very, very difficult to come back from that. So time taken off the objective, a minute 5 is, as we said, not a terribly impressive time bank, but University of Arkansas, their biggest struggle is yet to come because they have not yet earned an objective in this map, and all of a sudden they have to complete 3 and ideally beat the time bank that Hastings Broncos set.
And they're looking at the Diva to do that. I have to say, I'm impressed by the wide variety of looks we've seen from both of these teams. I mean, Doom was eventually going to end up back on Doom. It was inevitable. But I got to give it to UARC Black. They haven't really had success, but they have shown us several different looks.
Yeah, and that is at least a positive sign from University of Arkansas, right? Getting and making sure that they're able to kind of run those characters is not a bad thing. Trying to play around what their opposition is running. Doom back to their comfort pick, as evidenced by their name. We'll see how much longer this lasts, because I expect University of Arkansas, they'll see what Doom is running, they'll immediately switch, the Sombra, the Roadhog, etc.
There is Doom on top of Big Earls, and there is Doom on the end of this map if they don't get the solution. The internet will be met by that Diva there just saying hello and eventually get out of the way. Doom going and flying, though. That Dynamite doesn't get anywhere, but doesn't also find any value. It's been a quiet first few seconds. Will eventually get themselves out. We'll get a little bit of pressure here as the UARC Black team falls dangerously low. Charging up will get in there, but Dynamite out. Really catch a few people. The cleanse is there for more. Doom opening it up. A cooler guy, Eli, finds 2 with that Helix just to kind of push it back and keep it start moving. Doom does try to find 1 out. Will eventually catch Eli out, and a second followed it up, so not to be outdone. But the hold is real here on this first turn.
Yeah, unfortunately that brilliant Helix rocket just not enough. And Doom continues their reign of terror, surviving with like 10 HP at one point off the adaptive shields that were built up via the abilities just in time for Aurora Light to come in with the heals. So, a lot of utility being given once again over to Doom, and it continues to pay off. UARC Black switches over to the Roadhog, trying to shut down Doom, but it's only the Roadhog, and they do not have the Sombra in tow.
Aurora Light and Saturn Ray, so both are very low, and Lotus seems to have caught the wrong end of a nade there. So that'll be that. The stun eventually hooked. Doom in danger. Gonna try and get that punch. Will eventually find some value and forces out that meteor strike down. There's no immortality field for this. Who does it catch? No one there. Still able to put pressure on. Will eventually just use this back. And will eventually find one in Eli. Bob available. Doesn't even need. It's not even needed here though. I don't think LaFon. I think they can hold this without it.
They definitely can. I mean, simply Mikey hunting for a hook, perhaps onto a Seton right here. Trying to dodge around damage. Approach still available. This is playing with fire, quite literally.
Frontlining the Ash. Pog throws out the hook. Nothing missed. That field goes out, and there's the Bob finally countered up. Does knock up one immediately. Met with that sleep dart. Have a good nap. But Mikey with the nano does eventually get one. Just to try to open this up, but the tanks are continuing to trade out. Doom again just bothering, getting into the backline, trying to find some value. And Eli looking for one of their own. Nothing there. Aurora Light will continue to try to send out the healing, keep it going. But the Broncos still coming up on top. Another meteor strike already out. And Doom continuing to clean this up. Moon Knight not to be outdone. Will find two of their own here.
And unfortunately, Cooler got Eli stuck in the backline here on Big Earls. And this this soldier here is going to be caught out in the middle of a fight. Perhaps trying to stay alive for the rest of the team to engage. Perhaps they'll get away with it, but it's only a risk to be taken.
No soldier left behind, but Rombin is immediately going to see the doors spawn again one more time. Found out early, and UR Black just struggling to really crack past this first turn and really get it out there. Eli maybe have to be the savior with that one ult, but never mind. Dawn of Athena goes down, and that is already a fight reset here with less than a minute.
They're going to continue this run through, just this damage throughput onto the front line. The hook goes wide, canceled, in fact, via the punch. And Hastings still have 3 ultimates, Doom nearly to another meteor strike. And Cooler Guy, Eli, has still been left in the back line, so this flank visor is going to have to be tremendous. Because it is going to be the last hope, it alongside the Blade for UR, because they are now down to 20 seconds left in perhaps the entirety of the series.
Rombin does fall a little bit low there. Or it does finally fall. There's the visor getting some value. 2 finds 2, and with that coalescence out too, but Rombin finds one of their own, and I think it took a while, but they might be able to crack this open. Doing them do their best to not let that happen. Almost catches Eli, eventually does, but the picks double back, and the Bob, way deep in the back line from the Broncos. Satyr Ray just finding the one in overtime to get into tick. Is there enough to even touch it? Bob is doing the contest. Doom will close this out. That is all she wrote. It looks like it's gonna fall, and the Hastings Broncos close this out in a very, very dominant looking 3-0. The Hog will fall, and I don't think there's any last touches to be had here. That's it. The Hastings Broncos win it in a very dominant 3-0 fashion.
A flawless 3-0, in fact, not giving over any points in the series here. So a complete shutout.
Again?
We will get a perfect 3-0 as well, as they'll take the 3rd highlight here. I mean, look at this. This is that empowered punch just into the back line. You keep the punch with you, and there's not much you can do there, right? Yep, stunned, and the cleanup comes in. So really tremendous gameplay there from the Broncos, from Hastings, as they follow the Doomfist to victory. And make a maligned character look extremely, extremely successful.
And I think, like you mentioned earlier, it's not necessarily just the Doomfist that, like, the Doomfist got all the value, made a lot of the flashy plays. It was, don't get me wrong, it was a very good, clinical-looking Doomfist play. Yeah. But it was really the team behind the Doomfist that did a lot of the work. We saw, the 3 plays of the game from Doom. But it's not to say that that was the show. That was not the Doom show. Yeah. It was the whole team itself, too.
Yeah, the team stepped up, right? It's a team effort. It's a team game. And once again, it's the team that won. Hastings, coming in, highlighting, multiple players. I mean, Aurora Light, of course, on the Kiriko, but, not limited to her performance. Satyr Renee was also very, very successful on the, hit scan, on the DPS in general. And with multiple substitutes coming in, all of them look tremendous as well. So Hastings Broncos, as a squad, they get their first victory, and they make it look convincing.
Yeah, and that will unfortunately means that University of Arkansas will fall to 0-2, pushing them a little bit deeper down the lines. But there's still plenty of games to be played, even though we're in a shorter season. But there's still plenty of more to be seen. So we won't have seen the last of them, but you will have seen the last of us tonight here, as that was the last game thank you all for joining us for these incredible games tonight. There will be more Overwatch 2 gameplay next week on Thursday. Any final thoughts for the people at home, LaFon?
I mean, hey, it's always good to get more exciting action. So looking forward to seeing you all back here.
Thank you all, and we hope you had a great view of all the incredible matches. We will see you next time.